Hello, everyone. Welcome to this is not Paranormal Small Talk. It's just me sitting around chatting and bringing in some people bringing in a person rather that we all need to talk to and kind of y'all know him from before. But anyway, I haven't been on here for a while and just want to reconnect with everyone and Lord Joanne Stud Muffin. What the hell? PDX is in there. Let's see. We got Scott Johnson. What the hell? Okay, what Tom is? It is that Tom. And then we got PDX. Amy, how you doing, Miss Amy? And then we got, I think Joanne is crushing on me. No, Joanne, no. You know what? Jackie won't hold for that stuff. And we got Miss Liz. How y'all doing? Uh, oh Lord, that's one of the hosts for upcoming show. He's going to be on the Unholy Trinity now. So yeah, that's Mr. Anthony. That's the stud muffin. But anyway, um, a lot of y'all don't know this, and then some of y'all do know. The guy who's going to be working with me tonight, who's helping me with this, because there's a lot of stuff we have to go over with y'all. But he's working with me tonight. He's going to have a new show that's coming out. He's well known in the paranormal community. I love this guy. He is my brother from another mother. We were suckling on the same teat. He won. So that's just the way he is. A lot of y'all people from the P3 Parapost know him. Uh, Great guy. Like I said, I can't speak highly enough about him. Uh, but he's starting a brand new show, brand new host coming to the networks. And let's all give a hands up and a little applause for Mr. Matt Barron.
What's up, everybody?
He's coming back, y'all. He didn't quit and came back. Everybody says, "Well, he's going to come back." I said, "Well, no, he's pretty serious." And
y'all won't leave me alone. I got death threats. I got email. No, I'm joking. I didn't get all that.
I mean, awesome.
And that was just from Howard.
I was threatening to move in.
The pictures though, man, I kept those. That's actually my wallpaper. I got his balls like right over here. He's on the big screen. They're floating too.
And I can actually send anybody who wants an imprint of that. I can actually send out printouts for that. I'll be more than glad to dip my balls in some paint and put them on some canvas for you. So if you want a picture of that's $35.95.
Merch idea. Merch idea. They float.
They all float down here, Georgie. Now, if anybody's out there, share this out because I was in the middle of sharing this out. So if y'all can share this out, it would be much appreciated.
It's always with you and me. It's always with you and me. We don't even get on topic. We just run.
I know it's crazy that
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, we do love it. We do love it. I didn't. I posted Pac-Man. Yeah, I'm posting. I'm trying to share this out, but if you could share it out, please. We appreciate it. Much appreciated. Matt's going to be coming back. Matt's got some ideas. He wants to start out there, and he wants to put out there. Matter of fact, he's with the, of course we'll get into but the Paralinks connection and stuff like that. But he's going to be doing some shows pretty soon. He's starting a new show, and we'll get into that in a few minutes. But before we start that, a lot of y'all have already heard in the Paralinks family. And a lot of people in the Parapost family a lot of people in the paranormal community has already heard this. And it was a shock to me, just like it was to y'all. Steven has pretty much gotten out of, what the heck, you glitching on me.
I was going to say, am I freaking out?
Your Matrix is on me.
I turn my light on and I freak out.
You're doing the Matrix.
That's weird. That's I turn on my ring light. I'm leaving my ring light off. I turn my ring light on and I freak out. I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm just
it's
going
haunted.
with it.
It's haunted.
I'm just going with it. I just roll with it. I don't even know anymore. I can't. I can't.
I gotta investigate this. Hold on. I gotta investigate. Oh shit! No, don't turn on.
But no, I wanted to get in that about the Paralinks thing with Stephen Woodard, Crystal Woodard, and Courtney Peters. This is nothing. Don't people, everybody, there's so much drama in the paranormal community. Everybody has to come up with their own freaking thing that, oh, this one did this. No, no, no. Mm-hmm. It's nothing like that. Stephen Crystal and Courtney decided they this want to just retire and just enjoy themselves. And there's, trust me, there's still much a part of this than anything. Matter of fact, I was on the phone with Stephen for about an hour or so today. Mm-hmm. It's not that they're not here. They're more behind the scenes, if anything. But if anything, I mean, they just want to get away from it, and they want to break from it. They want to work on their own stuff. They want to be able to go out and investigate and stuff. Because when you're running a network, there's no time for nothing. I mean, you just don't have anything. That, I mean, you just no time. But they want to do some stuff on it. They've been doing it for so long. But if we need them, it's Chrissy and myself are running this. If we need them, they're there. I mean, and there always will be there. I mean, and whenever Stephen and Courtney and Miss Crystal wants to come back, they're more than welcome to it. I mean, this is theirs. We're just running it, and we, doing this for them. That's the way I look at it. So it's best way to put it. It's new but old ownership. It's the same. Nothing's going to change.
Under new management.
It's not even new management. I mean, Chrissy tells me to do what I do it anyway, so it's all good.
Well, that's your podcast wife, so it makes sense.
Yeah. I got all these wives, but don't get none. I don't understand.
You should be Mormon, brother, with all the wives you got.
Yeah, but I don't get lucky though. I pay out, but I don't get nothing.
You're married. Yeah. That's comes with territory. Right. Remember, you say I do, they say I don't.
But like I said, there's no changes in the network, but we would be looking at adding some people. Chrissy and I have been discussing this a little bit, and we think that adding a few more people to the administration into this would help us out. People that we can we'll have some jobs for them if they're interested in doing these jobs for us and helping us out help run this and make it a better smoother operation. And because like I said, it's getting big. Paralinks is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and we just need help. We need help. It's good in one way and bad in another, because it's a lot more headache, a lot more late nights and no sleep. And so that's what we're trying to do. It's just, we just might be adding some people when we're talking about it. Now, one of the things, and I did have a discussion today with Mr. Laverty, Mr. Ron Laverty. He kind of, at first, I guess, hearing the news, he heard the news for the first time. I think it was yesterday or something like that, about what Stephen and Stephen and Crystal and Courtney are doing, and who's running this now and everything. And I had a very productive meeting with Mr. Laverty. Paralinks and Parapost, there's no changes. We're still just as strong as ever. We're working together. We want to work. We want to work with Parapost. Parapost wants to work with us. We that's not going to change. Matter of fact, we want to work more with that, and also with the P3 programming. We want to work some more with that, and grow together, and grow stronger. We're talking about doing some different things, hopefully in the future, where we're going to expand a little bit more outside of the paranormal with our networking. I think we were talking about some different styles of shows that we might be doing in the near future. So just be prepared. You're going to be seeing some different things out there that we're going to be doing, because we are a network. Okay, because we are doing so much paranormal. Let's open it up to some other things. Let's do a paranormal nude cooking show. I mean, I'm all for that. I mean, I don't care.
Just don't cook bacon. No bacon. Yeah. No bacon.
Proper bathing techniques with Howard. I can show you how to get in the tub, and the bubbles have to be a certain height. I mean, but we're talking about doing stuff like that. We're going to try to expand our shows to different categories and doing different things with it.
As well as I do, there's somebody out there going, "Are they serious?"
Yeah, we are being serious. This is serious. I'm put on my professional hat here. Being jokingly about it, but yeah, this is serious. Like I said, Parapost and Paralinks are working together.
I meant about
We're
the
just as
show.
strong. Yeah, that's true.
Paranormal baiting.
Paranormal bake frying. Set a fry off. Oops, I dropped the grease.
Oh, did I drop that ladle?
Oh
Well,
Lord,
first you gotta bend over.
that's right.
Look at that donut hole.
But no, I'm being serious on the serious side of that. No, we're stronger than ever. This is nothing going to change in between with the way we feel about Parapost and Parapost feels about Paralinks. So we're just as strong as ever. We're going to be working together. So yeah, please. And we're also looking at new show ideas and stuff like that for the future. So
I see
yep.
Tanner's.
True crime.
Tanner.
They're talking about some psychic medium stuff, alien hunters. Yeah, we want to do some of that stuff. Matter of fact, true crimes, that was a big thing. True crime stories. Yeah, we talked about that. Some baking shows, possibly some music shows and things of that stuff. When I mean by music shows, uh, musicians have their own show. You know,
That'd be
they could
great.
be, and let them come on and let them talk about playing the guitars and get drums or whatever musicians talk about. Baking, cooking shows, or cook something up. I don't know, whatever you want to do. Alien shows, alien hunters. That's part of the paranormal. Psychics and alien hunters. That's going to be more of the paranormal. But like the true crimes, that's something like that. That would be ideal for this. I mean, this is what we're looking
Conspiracy
to do.
theory.
Yeah, conspiracy theories, stuff like
Sky's the
that.
limit. Like you can even go.
Yeah.
You can go even with sports. You can have a sports
Cops,
show.
man. We do cops. If y'all somebody want to chase around bad guys in a fucking car, go for it, man.
I can just
film that shit and we'll put it on. I don't care.
I can just see Howard sitting there with his phone, just running down the street as it's shaking.
Stop!
No, wait, hold it. I gotta get a good angle.
I'm looking at all this stuff that's coming in, and this one it popped up, and I just had to put that up there.
Hi, Jen.
So I just that was funny.
I love Jen.
But yeah,
Jen's awesome.
Angel.
Did you see Tanner's comment? 3 down from there. Tanner Rutledge, right there.
Hey, I mean, look, Mr. Paranormal Jackass himself.
Have a good night, everybody. No,
that's it.
Love you, brother. I'll be seeing him and the Listing Queen here in 4 days, Scotty. 4 days. I got the shorts ready.
All right. And then the final thing I want to discuss. All right. And like I said, I just want to reassure nobody that this is not going to, there's no major changes. This is just what it is. I mean, don't take it. It's just a name change. That's all it is. Nothing else is going to change. We're not going to, nobody's going to go down with the ship and all. And it ain't nothing like that. Nobody is just what it. Stephen explained it beautifully. And the man. I didn't. He was thinking about this months ago, and the only thing he was waiting on is because I've been in poor health. He wanted me to be better and make sure that I would be able to handle something like this with Chris. And that was the only thing he's been waiting on. And I'm doing a lot better now. My numbers have picked up. For people who don't know, I'm going in a renal failure, and my numbers have actually on the increase. Where for the good, not for the bad. So the medication's all working. I've been watching my diet more and my intake and all that fluid intake and stuff like that. And everything's working pretty good as of right now. So fingers crossed, and then pray every day that I won't need to have to go on that transplant list. So
I got fingers, toes, everything I can cross is crossed.
And that's all it is. That's all it is. So getting to this part, the last and final thing I have to discuss about FearFest. Okay. Dates. Write these down, people. October 27th, 28th, and 29th at the Pontchartrain Convention Civic Center. Tickets will be going on sale within. Matter of fact, I just got off the phone. You can ask Matt. I was on the phone with Chrissy. We're trying to set up.
Me.
Yeah, I had to. I got to set up this event.
Matt's here.
I got to set up this Eventbrite. So this will be up and running on on the Eventbrite. She's working on it. She worked on it last night and tonight. So this will be coming out really. I mean, within a day or so, this will be out there. Um, Boosts will sell fast. Once this thing hits hits out there on the boosts will sell fast. Yep. I'm just telling you now. Buy them when you can. Get what you can. We're going to have about 200 booths. I've gotten people on a waiting list already asking me when. Let me know when they're ready. Let me know when they're ready. Let me know when they're ready. And as soon as they're ready, I'm just going to send out one little massive email to that clutch of people, and boom, that's gone. I mean, and then I have local sponsors, local booths from the local artists and local talent and stuff like that. Local investigation teams that want to buy into this. So if you're from out of town, out of New Orleans, buy it. Get it when you can. And I will let you know when it's available. I mean, I'll do a little live right quick and let you know that it's out there. The Eventbrite page and where you can purchase your tickets and all that stuff. They'll have everything listed on that, except I think the investigations part. We haven't quite finished that out yet. Right now, I'm trying to get the guest speakers list done, and I can confirm these four people, four individuals that will be speaking. The first one will be George and Kara Shoplin out of California, paranormal couples.
There's a good one.
Then we're going to have Mr. Stephen Woodard. He, graciously he accepted that there he is right there, Mr. Brian Laverty. Stephen graciously, him and Crystal both going to be guest speakers there. Mr. Brian Laverty is going to be a guest speaker there also. He's going to be talking about the Parapost and also the
Global Ghost Hunt.
Global Ghost Hunt. Thank you, Matt. He's going to be talking about Global Ghost Hunt. Look,
I got you.
My brain is fried, but I mean, look,
you even have notes. I got
sticky pads all over. It's like my whole freaking thing is like different colors now. I got to look at that. I'm trying to keep them in order. And the last but not least, right now is Santiago Cirillo. Santiago Cirillo will be a guest speaker there also.
Another good one.
Yep. There's two that I'm waiting to hear back from. One of them I've already contacted, and he will let me know by this weekend because he has a prior engagement, but he said he's thinking about it's not a speaking engagement, so he's thinking about just skipping it and coming straight here. Hell, I'll if nobody says it, it's Carl Johnson, the demonologist. We're talking to him right now. The last one I can't say nothing because I haven't been able to talk to him, and I've been in contact, and it's not nothing in stone yet. I'm talking to his publicist.
Jen's on you.
I'll speak. I might as well be. I got a mangina.
Got old Greg.
Got old Greg.
Put old Greg back. That's what you should do. Put old Greg on like a big screen.
But I am talking to one person that's very famous in the paranormal community that would be, because I want this thing to be not just about ghosts. I want it to be about cryptics. I want it to be about UFOs. I want it shotgun the paranormal field, plus give it a little bit of Louisiana kick to it. But this guy here, like I said, I'm talking to his manager now and seeing we're talking prices and stuff. Scotty said he'll speak.
Yeah.
Scotty's going to talk about how to hump a leg. So, I mean,
that's a good one. So, good technique.
But,
that's important.
His name is George. I can't pronounce his last name. That saved my soul. But y'all might know him from Ancient Aliens with the crazy freaking hair.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. I don't know a name, but I know who you're talking about.
I don't know. George Tatopoulos or something. I don't know why I say his name. But yeah, I'm talking to him right now and see if he'll come on and do this.
I think you have a volunteer.
Jen Jacobs. George. Yeah, George Shoplin. He's I can't say nothing bad about George. I mean, I talked to him today. That man is Mr. Positivity. He's
George.
Inspiration. There's nothing negative about that man. Also, we're going to be having vampire that's going to be speaking. He's a vampire / voodoo priest. He's an actual. He drinks blood. So yep. We're going to be having him. That's Mr. I call him Papa Czar. So we're going to have him coming on. And there's a couple of other ones we got feelers out for and stuff like that. But this is going to be something that's going to be awesome. It's going to be a lot of great. Let's put it this way, people. You are going to be in one of the most haunted cities in the United States the weekend before Halloween.
I'm actually sad that the Wicked Queen and I aren't able to be there. I mean, we'll be there a little bit before that, but it sucks that we couldn't come down during that time.
And you'll be here the weekend before, so we can.
Oh yeah. We're gonna tear up. Oh, we're gonna tear up. I'm gonna be tore up.
And look, I planned it. I planned it for y'all northern folks. And what I mean by northern folks, anybody past I-10, I-12, I-12's right there. Anybody north of I-12 is the Yankees, the northern people. Okay.
I think you're being called out.
I live in southeast Louisiana. Anybody past that little, there's the shoelaces on the boot of Louisiana. Anybody north of that, even in Louisiana, they're the Yankees. Okay, them Yankees up there. But
you're being called out, brother.
I'll talk to you in a minute, Jen. Contact me after the show. We will discuss. We'll talk.
Jen's actually really good. I've had her on the
that's
show.
It. Aaron Hoffman got it. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Actually, Scotty got you first. Sorry, Aaron. Scotty, sorry, brother. Yeah, Scotty did it.
Yeah, he did. He's right up here. Yeah, I emailed him. I was surprised I got a response back from him, to be honest with you. But yeah, he had responded. They responded back to me. So yeah, fingers crossed we'll have him here. Depends on how much money he wants and all that stuff. Because I ain't rich. This is going to a good cause. It's going to the Jessica Marie Petrie Foundation. All the proceeds. It's to help pregnant women who are suffering from prenatal, postpartum depression, and mental illnesses. So that's where all this money's going. But yeah, like I said, I've been talked to the concession stand at this function, and I made it northern, but I wanted to give it a Louisiana style thing. So, of course, we're going to have popcorn. We're going to have hamburgers and hot dogs. But we had to give it a kick, and we're going to put some stuff from Louisiana in that concession stand, like some gumbo, some etouffee, some jambalaya. We're going to have some shredded pulled pork nachos, stuff like that, the little stuff that we can, give y'all a little. And I don't know about how this is going to be a function during the day for, during the day for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're going to have a bar. So if you live in Louisiana, you come to visit, you want to stay lit, we will be able to accommodate you. So we will feed you a line if you want to get lit and stay lit.
I plan as soon as I hit that Louisiana border, I'm going to be lit.
And everybody can try the hurricane and the grenades and all that good stuff. I mean, that's what New Orleans is known for. It's hurricane drink and the grenade drink.
Are you going to have a boil?
We're going to have a boil?
Boil, yeah.
That's in October. It's pretty much honestly. We're just coming into crawfish season right now.
I don't know if y'all are going to have a boil.
So, I mean, let's sure to get some crawfish or something. Some boudin. Get some boudin going. Shoot, y'all gonna love boudin. If you never had boudin, if you like sausage, you're gonna love boudin. There's some good stuff there. So, want to hump a gator?
Go for it.
We can accommodate that for you too. Now, I am reaching out. I am reaching out to a couple of sponsors right now, and some of the things that we're going to be doing. I don't know, and this to me is the best one I've seen yet. Where's it at? Shoot, it's a good one too. Not that one.
So Brian's got a question for you. Brian says he needs some beads. Does that mean he has to show his nipples?
Yes. You show me your nipples. Okay. Up north, y'all have these crazy things that y'all do up there. I mean, we have to adopt it for Louisiana lifestyle, but down here, I mean, up there, y'all do all kind of stuff, and y'all have what they call zip lining. I think that's what it's called. When y'all get on a piece of string and y'all zip down to another piece of string or whatever.
Yep.
Well, I found a place, and we're going to talk. I'm calling them up and going to talk to them. And this is for an hour and a half tour, and it's a swamp zip lining.
I
And
saw
the
that.
woman, she is zip lining, and guess what's waiting for her at the bottom?
Yeah.
You see,
You know what's
he's
funny
sitting there.
though? You know what's funny though?
Yeah.
I think you and I spoke about this before, brother. I saw that because obviously, as you know, we're coming down for our honeymoon, and I was like, let's figure out some other stuff to do. And one thing they never show on those zip lines is fat asses like me. Like
That's
I just see me skipping across that water.
that's what she's doing. She's skinny. She's skinny. She's having fun, and look, she fall off, and then he's waiting down there. He's waiting.
Yeah, the boy right there too. He's watching.
Yeah, but we all
Mm-mm.
working with
Nope.
different places right now. Uh, since New Orleans, we got also a lot of voodoo down here. One of our people, one of my sponsor for my shows and stuff, and for my team is Voodoo Authentica.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing but this is real stuff, people. This ain't the crap that you buy that or we sell voodoo and it's just this little fake stuff that no, this is the real deal. This is Haitian mask, everything. It's the real stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So and these are done by real voodoo priests and priestesses. They will give that address for that, and you can go to their shop if you want. It's in the French Quarter off of Domain Street. Uh, but you could do those types of things like that.
See,
You need to
I,
have a
I
class. I'm sorry. Okay, that's one of the things we're going to be having. We're going to be selling tickets to an authentic voodoo ceremony. So you'll be able to witness a real voodoo ceremony being performed.
I'm getting me a fertility stick while we're down there.
Penis stick.
Mm-hmm.
It's a penis.
It's a penis.
It
Big
is. That's
penis.
what it
It's a
is.
big penis. I
It
just,
is.
you
The
know
gold
what?
tip.
If I ever go across the border, like I know Brian and I were talking about, going from Canada to U.S. and all that stuff, I'm going to take one of those son bitches through Border Patrol. And what is this? It's a penis. You want to say it?
Do you really want to? That's the question.
Just put a
Yeah, but
condom on the end of it.
that's basically. I got people. Matter of fact, I just got off the phone with Chrissy. She was just sitting down in a towel, and that's what she was doing before. Matter of fact, that's what she was doing right before I got on the phone when she just got out the shower. She, like I said, she's working on all this stuff. Yes, I'm coming. Have you spoke with Bloody Mary? She allows investigations of her museum.
Hmm.
That's I don't I've never met Bloody Mary. I think every city has a Bloody Mary. Okay, and I've
At
been here.
some point,
Yeah. So I mean, um,
at
that's
least
what
once a
I
month.
mean. Yeah, but I'm looking at real places like some of the hotels. If you're staying in the French Quarter area or in the New Orleans business district, a lot of these hotels have histories. They are haunted. They won't tell you they are, but they are haunted. They have. It's like you hear Chicago people talking about their great fire they had in Chicago. The Great
Mm-hmm.
Fire of Chicago. Ooh, they had one fire. We had two. We had two. We beat them by one.
San
We
Diego
done
had a
burned
good
down.
one.
We burned them down twice here. We've had cholera. We had all kind of stuff. So yeah, there's
Speaking
Mr.
of which,
George shopping. There he
you
is, right there.
said his name 3 times, and there he is. What's up, George?
No,
How you doing, brother?
this wasn't. This was a surprise thing. I didn't even know it until about an hour or so ago.
Yeah, no, about three
Oh,
hours ago,
about
we
three
kind of
hours
said
ago.
something. We said something, and
Yeah, blame Matt. Matt's the one who did. Now, if you want to see something, I'd like to do for everybody to. Uh, if you want to get a taste of New Orleans, they do have like places where you can go down there. You can actually go to where every day is Mardi Gras. It's Mardi Gras World, and you can actually see the floats and everything else, and you can experience that if you want.
that'd be
So,
fun. I think we'll do that. Go
so you
check
can
that
actually
out.
see all that stuff. We see on Mardi Gras Day what we take for granted and we don't care about anymore because I've seen it every day for my life.
Hmm.
You'll be able to see it if you've never seen that before. You can actually look at it. I try to do one
Cool.
alive doing a Mardi Gras parade and give it from a personal view of being in the crowd and seeing how it is and everything. But the service, you have everybody in the free world that's on their phones doing the same thing, and that service just dropped. I mean,
Yeah.
it kept spotty and stuff, so I really didn't have really great service. So that oh look, That
I was just reading that.
is not the Laurie Mansion.
Mm,
There's no investigating that. Now that
mm,
they do doing, if you know the people, you can get in there and do an investigation. Uh, I got a foot in the door, so I might be able to get in there myself, but I can't bring no one else in there.
mm,
Uh, it's going to be very few members of a team, so it's like even on my team, I have to select who can go in and actually spend a couple of hours in the Laurie Mansion. But it's shut off. It's privately owned. It's their summer home. They have caretakers there, and I mean these are for really high end rich people that just want to have. Oh, I got a summer home in New Orleans or something like that.
mm.
Whatever. A winter home in New Orleans. You can come here in the winter. Yes, it is private.
Snowbirds. Snowbirds.
Need to come be invested. Really see.
Right. Right.
Yep. And like I said, Mr. George Shoplin right there. Uh,
Which, which George, brother, I don't know if you'll be able to, but and anybody really, if you guys come in a little early, I'd love to hang out with everybody. Like I said, we'll be there until the 22nd or 23rd, I think. So if anybody wants to come in,
I'll
love
be
to
here.
hang out. Well, I know you'll be there. I can't wait to see.
I'm always
Just
here.
just like next weekend, I can't wait to meet up with Scotty and Chrissy. That's gonna be fun.
Anthony said we have bloody, bloody
Bloody
Jose.
Jose.
And Anthony is always
Well,
tough.
he deserved it. Jose deserved it. I saw him.
But
Saw him
yeah,
with
I mean,
Martine.
when matter of fact, when Jackie and myself got married, our wedding party, the people who came in and came to the wedding and everything, for 2 days straight, I did a private tour with them. I brought them all through the French Quarter, showed them all the haunted spots, all the haunted locations and everything. Showed them that people took pictures in front of the Laurie Mansion. I showed them where that was at. I showed them where the 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 temple was. Yes, the temple, the palace, the Sheik's palace, whatever. I think that's what it's called. The barber is
Yeah.
like the barber of Deville, but he was a dentist and he was actually killing people and stashing the bodies all over the place in New Orleans.
No shit.
Yeah, it's a lot of shit that happened in this city, and if you've never been to New Orleans, you can actually feel the thickness. A lot of people say they when they first come here, they even people that never been here that was from the wedding party, they can actually feel the thickness of the air, the electricity, how
And it
you
ain't
feel that
humidity.
old. That no, it's not the humidity. It was more you could feel spirit. Spirit was there.
I know what
Spirit's
you
all
mean.
around.
I've said the same thing about Gettysburg. Like, here in PA, like it's nice. Don't get me wrong, but when you hit Gettysburg, man, you just feel it. It just there's just something about that spot, and I don't know if it's just environmental, or if it's because of the paranormal, or if it's just because we know the history. You know what
Right.
I mean? But there's just something about that as soon as you get near it, you're like, I'm here. Like this is Gettysburg. So I'm
Yeah.
curious. I'm excited.
We have Chalmette Battlefield. You can actually go to Chalmette Battlefield, and you can actually feel that at Chalmette.
Mm.
There's places that you can go here in Louisiana. Uh, the slave auctions, back when slave times and stuff like that. There's a place down. It's still open. I mean, it's not open, but it's still there.
I was gonna
And
say, are they still doing
what they
auctions?
yeah
that may be a little illegal.
yeah yeah. All the Poe people now. It ain't no. It don't matter what color you are. It's just Poe. You Poe.
You
You
just hope.
selling yourself. but but yeah, you can go there, and the history of that place. It's dark. It's very dark history.
Mm.
What you doing, want it?
Jackie!
I'm on a podcast. But anyway, you
God, I
got
miss
everything
that.
that you want to go there. Like it's what they did with the slaves back then. They sold the slaves off, and whatever slaves that they didn't sell, they threw them in the damn swamp.
Mm-hmm.
Alligator, that was food for alligators. The alligators were plentiful back then, and in that place you could feel the thickness of that. You go to
Mm-hmm.
Lafitte, which is just south of New Orleans, and if you want to experience Jean Lafitte, the pirate, that's where they named Lafitte after him. That's one of his holds, and it's eerie stuff,
I'm
eerie stuff,
excited.
especially at night. You're
I'm
going through
excited.
them swamps and you're going them swamp roads, and you see all that. Spanish moss hanging off all those oak trees and stuff like that, and the moonlight, and it hits you just right. And you bring your woman with you. Y'all coming back 9 months later. Y'all got a baby. It ain't my fault.
That's why I need to shoot her.
I'm just saying it ain't my fault. I'm just letting you know. Y'all got experienced by the ambiance of Louisiana.
I'm gonna name
Pam?
my son after you. Howard. If I get a daughter, it'll be Jackie. Another daughter.
As long as you don't hit me up for child support, we're all right.
it'll be twins, a boy and a girl, Howard and Jackie.
They'll be screaming in the womb, Jackie.
They go for a sonogram, and all of a sudden you hear Jackie.
The place where it's at, if y'all can all look it up yourselves, you can see it legitimate. It's called the Pontchartrain Convention and Civic Center. It's quite big. We're going to have concerts for 2 nights. Concerts. Yeah. Ghost Addict is going to be there with some opening bands. 2 nights in a row. Come see them. Come see them. If anything,
that'd be great.
You might bump into another old school rocker. Let's put it that way. I'm not, let's go that route. You might see someone. You might see some famous people there. So yeah, there's a lot of famous people that live in Louisiana. You'd be surprised.
Queen and I might be broken down. I'm sorry, the car just broke down. I can't come back.
Yeah, there's a lot of famous. John Goodman, he married a girl from here, and he still does a lot of work down here. John Luricat, see him every once in a while popping around here. You see John Goodman every once in a while popping around. You'd be surprised. I ain't throwing no names out there, but he calls New Orleans. This is one of his. He calls it home. He comes to the Saints games and everything, and that's Brad Pitt.
No shit.
You might walk in the store and he might be picking up a thing of bananas next to you or something. I don't know. There's a lot of famous people that come to the city.
I really don't get starstruck. Like I lived in San Diego for 9 years, and I met a couple. And they're just everyday people. Heck, I even gave a haunted tour to a famous family. And I ain't gonna say who it is, but let's just say it's a little black guy who's a little skittish. He's a little shorter in stature. Yeah, just gonna say that. But
got a lot of heart.
Oh yeah, a lot of heart. Big heart. Yeah, yeah. And the entire time, oh hell no, no. It was great.
We got a lot of music industry here. We have there's a lot here that we have to offer. And if you just want to just come and look, go through during the daytime, if you're here, come to the event and stuff like that. Look, cemeteries here. We cater. The New Orleans has a large. Matter of fact, one of the shows that I'm going to be doing on Paranormal Swamp Talk is going to be about the U-boat that's right off the coast of Louisiana. A German U-boat during World War II sunk right off the coast of Louisiana. That's how close the Germans were to the United States. And it's here. It's right off the coast of Louisiana, right off the mouth of the river. So you have that here. There's a lot of history here, a lot to see. We have, like I said, we have a large French. Of course, we have a large French population. We have a large Spanish population because you see the Spanish influence in the French Quarter. All the iron, wrought iron, and everything. We have a large Irish, believe it or not, a large Irish community, a large Italian community here. And there's another one. Spanish. I think there's one more. I think French, Spanish, Italian, Irish, German.
I was gonna say probably German.
Yeah, because during World War II, actually they held the German POWs right there in Mississippi, and a lot of them stayed behind and they made Louisiana home.
Yep.
So we have Oktoberfest. So y'all be October, you come for the Halloween and Oktoberfest.
Hey, like I said, it's more ways than one, depending on where you go. But put it this way, I'm gonna, like I said, as soon as I cross that Louisiana border, I'm lit. Like I'm gonna start, and I ain't stopping until I leave. Like,
and I'm gonna tell everyone now. I'm gonna say this, and it's out of representation because I feel for my sisters out there, my brothers out there. They're not called strippers. They're burlesque dancers, and they have a lot of places where you can go burlesque dance. You see a lot of burlesque dancing and stuff like that. It's real tasteful stuff. They have now. It's more like, and they don't have feathers and all this. Some of them still do the old stuff, but it's more like themed, like Star Wars and all kind of stuff. So it's great.
All jokes aside, I actually was going to ask you about that. I saw a couple of ads for it, and I think the Wicked Queen would love that. I think she'd enjoy herself.
If she wants to learn, they also have schools for that. You can learn how to burlesque dance, pole dancing. They have schools for that actually down here.
She'll make me do that. She'll be like, "No, I don't want to do it, but you do it." I'm like, "Fuck you."
Yeah, you have a lot to offer. I mean, you can do cemetery tours. You can go do the garden district tours. You have that. If you like, flowers and
I'm up for damn near anything, brother. Like I'll put it this way: when I come down there, I just want to spend time with my family and just enjoy myself. And if I'm sober any bit of it, then there's an issue.
And if you like gambling, right? You have the Pontchartrain Convention Center, and there's a shuttle bus that leaves from there. It's like a 3-minute drive by shuttle bus. Or you can, if you want to walk it, you can walk it. It doesn't matter either way. But right over the levee, you can go do some gambling on a real riverboat.
Ooh, now that sounds like fun.
So you can actually sit on a riverboat like they did in the old days back in 1800s when the riverboat would ride down the Mississippi River. But it doesn't go anywhere. This one's docked. It's in the water, but it's a riverboat, and you can actually step onto the boat, and you actually can do your gambling. They have restaurants and everything there. You can actually go eat on a riverboat. There's a lot of great restaurants that's running through there. So yeah, we want to cater to everything that you might want to see and do.
And Emmy, I may or may not be dressed as old Greg. I'm gonna come in looking like this. I'll come out looking like old Greg. It's gonna be great.
For you in the Pontchartrain to come out with. And there is, and if you go to the city, don't put your feet in the Mississippi River. That's all I'm saying.
You lose them, or yeah.
Well, Hurricane Katrina. Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah.
We have Audubon insectarium or whatever they call it, something like that. We have all the bugs and stuff. Okay, they let all them bugs go because there was no power in the city for months actually.
Yeah.
We had they had Audubon Zoo, which they were able to maintain, and we had also the Audubon Aquarium of the Americas. Well, since there was no filtration, no electricity to pump, they had to do a lot of the animals they had to release into the river, and one of them was called piranha. So we have piranhas in the Mississippi River.
I just saw a TikTok. A guy had one of those little guys in his pool. Thing was 36 inches long and weighed about 50 pounds.
They get big, especially if they got a river to flow with, because it's just like the Amazon. I mean, down here it's warm all the time. I mean, it's perfect climate for them, and they just red. And now we got piranha. We got all kind of fish. We go fish for anything. You want some?
I was just gonna say I want to do some fish. I want to do some fishing. I want to do some fishing while I'm down there.
Oh, there's my sister-in-law.
I was gonna say there's a familiar.
Yvette, a lovely sister-in-law. Yeah,
but
that's what we're promoting it. So, like I said, first come, first serve on the tickets, people. Tickets will go fast. I'm gonna let you know that now. We have so many electric, so many regular, so many corner booths. That's it, and it's first come, first serve. We'll put those out there soon. That'll be out there. Oh, what about the abandoned jail or hospital? Can you get in there? Yeah, if you want to go to jail, you can go to the old charity hospital, which I was doing a podcast or something, and I was invited to actually go into the old charity hospital. And that was another one that was it's very haunted. They're getting ready to tear it down finally. But during Hurricane Katrina, they had no electricity, and they had all the people that were on life support. They had a lot of people that was on critical condition and stuff like that. They knew they wasn't going to make it. And so they started euthanizing the patients and just trying to help them so they wouldn't suffer anymore. And that place is so freaking eerie and haunted. I've had people freak out about that place. I mean, but yeah, you meant legally. Well, for the NOPD, if you give them the prices right, everything's legal.
Not wrong. She was asking you how
Mhm.
much are the tables for FearFest, or how much are the booths? Do you know?
I think the basic table is 350 without electricity. I think it's 400. Let's see, I can go back and tell you right now. Um,
Yeah, it just sucks. Like I said, that I won't be able to be there for FearFest,
all right,
but
tables. Okay. Um, 350 for a regular, 400 for electric, 550 with the corner with electric.
it's not bad. It's not bad at all.
I mean, especially we were actually going cheaper with it, but the price of the venue, um, and whatever the payment plan is, whatever Eventbrite allows. I don't know what Eventbrite allows. I mean,
Hmm.
so it depends on
I don't.
Eventbrite.
I don't know
Um,
Eventbrite very well.
I don't. I was going to go through Ticketmaster, but Eventbrite. I mean, Ticketmaster was throwing some. They kind of Ticketmaster was like they're going to charge you $4. Say if our ticket was if you're getting a ticket for the door, our door prices. You can pay $60 at the door for a 1 day, or you can buy them online for 50. The weekend online, you can buy it for all 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for 120,
It's
and
not bad.
then for 150 for the weekend if you buy them at the door.
That's not bad at all.
So you got that. Um, I ain't worried about that thing. Something else. But yeah, that's what we have right now for that. Now we also have the band, the concert. That I got numbers for that somewhere. I don't know where that's at. Like I was saying, we're gonna have a band that's gonna be playing for 2 nights, and it's going to be limited to how many people can go in there. You're going to get about 800, 850 people for the concert. So that's why we're having it for 2 nights. People who can't make the first night can always come back for the second night.
Hmm.
So that's another thing, and that's going to be an awesome concert. I'm telling you right now, if you've never seen Ghost Attic play, they're awesome band,
They're
really
good.
great band. And then plus
They're
they're going to
good.
have a couple of opening bands for them too. So yeah, this is going to be a really good concert for them, and for us. And we're also setting up some investigations. That's still up in the air right now. I got to get with someone. We're going to be able to take people. We're going to sell investigation packages or investigations where you can, for a price, you can actually go on a live investigation, a real investigation at a haunted location in New Orleans.
That'd be fun.
So it ain't gonna be a little Lori Mansion. I'll tell you that now. But we'll try to make it as close as we can to something like that.
You just walk
Now,
around the block a couple of times.
and I'll tell you what, there's another thing you can try out. It's called Haunted History Tours.
Mm-hmm.
It's with Sydney Smith. You can also, I'm going to talk to Sydney and see if, what they're going to do about FearFest over here, because he's been working with me on this stuff. And I call him Mr. Paranormal of the city. And he's basically, if you ever seen anything on the History Channel that has to do with New Orleans, it came from him.
Mm.
He actually, they sell tickets. It's a 3 hour walking tour, and was a 2.5. It might be 2.5 hours. First hour, you go into each of these haunted locations, and they tell you exactly what that location's about, with the history of that location, the paranormal evidence that they've gotten out of that location. Then the first hour, after the first hour, you get about a half hour, 45 minute stop at a haunted tavern or haunted bar, and you can get you some drinks, some spirits, so to speak, and and you continue the tour afterwards.
Hey, I
And then
always
they
said
finish up.
I'm up for spirits, but I just never verify on which one.
They actually start the tours right there in front of Pat O'Brien's, where you can get kind of get your hurricane or something and go for the tour, and then it ends up that they finish up at Pirates Alley, which
Okay,
is notoriously haunted.
I'm
So,
excited.
so
I'm
that
really
that's one
excited.
thing. But that's what the tickets are running for. Like I said, and for those prices and the amount of traffic we're anticipating, because we're going to be uh, a lot of media coverage on this. We're going to do a lot of advertising on this. Um, Not just locally. We're going through 3 states. We're actually going to be advertising in Louisiana, Texas, and Mississippi.
There you go.
So we're
There you
going
go.
to, and like I said, you're going to be in one of the most haunted cities weekend before Halloween when everything's gearing up.
Absolutely, and that's gonna be a lot of fun, and that's right in the middle of Global Ghost Hunt too.
Global Ghost Hunt's going to be there. They're going to be represented by Mr. Laverty himself.
Yep, I can't wait. I can't wait. Like I said, it sucks that I'm not able to be there for the event, but at least I'll be down there, beforehand. And obviously, I'll be giving shout outs and watching everything.
The way I see it, Matt, if you come in early, you just get you get more of me, man. Look, you do private tours. I can get more in depth with you and show you all that stuff. We can go places that a lot of other people can't.
You know what? I want to take a picture. This is gonna sound really off the wall, but Howard, you know me, brother, and those who have seen our interactions before will understand. I want a picture of your toilet. I want to take a picture of your toilet.
I don't even want to go around my toilet. I just sit on
it. Howard's throne. The infamous toilet. The most haunted, the most infamous toilet in the paranormal field.
There's a lot of infamous toilets around here. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I got a couple just around in the city that I particularly care for. I mean, I really do. I go in there and clean them and everything.
There you go. Sure. The water boy tour. You can go around and show all the toilets. The infamous
the most haunted locations where I've squatted. Yeah, I could do that.
Haunted shits, we'll call it.
Yeah, we've done a lot of that. I mean, we've done. Like I said, we can go to more. I can do more of a private thing with you and walk you through the French quarters and stuff. I can do that personally.
See,
rather than going through that stuff.
I can't wait. Like I obviously, it's gonna be our honeymoon, so I want Mackenzie to enjoy herself. I'm gonna enjoy myself, but my main thought: get down there, spend time with you and Jackie, with the family, and anybody else who comes during that time frame, hang out with y'all. But I'm just there to enjoy myself. I mean, I have no expectations besides just having a good time. I don't care what we do. I mean, we can sit in a freaking McDonald's parking lot for hours on end. I don't give a shit. I'm there. I'm with y'all. I'm happy.
And we can make it happen. We can make it happen. I mean, we'll make it happen. That's for sure. We'll have a good time. I'm not saying we're not. That's for sure.
Oh, well, anytime it involves you, brother, you know damn well we're going to have a good time.
And then, like I said, before y'all come, you and Mackenzie, give me your bail money.
No, just me. It'd be just me.
And I'll make sure that I'll hold that in an envelope. And that's what I'm going to be doing at the door. If y'all in New Orleans, if you want to make sure, there's going to be a little bucket there. You can put your bail money in it. Just write your name on the front of it. Mm-hmm. We'll take about $500, put it in an envelope, cash.
Well, your bail money is cheap. It's only $500. That's cheap.
Your name in bail. Just put your name in bail.
Get a call from the cops. Yeah, who do you have? Yeah. Oh no, they didn't pay the bail money. No, they're screwed.
They messed up.
Just give me a list. Who all do you have? Yep, he paid. Mm-hmm. Yep,
she paid. I'll leave you my number. And when you get caught, you're busted. It's non-refundable now. I'm telling you now. So if you don't get busted, ain't nothing I can do for you. But if you do get busted, you call that number and tell them to try a couple of times because they're going to hear that tone. The number you've called now has been disconnected or no longer is in use. Yeah, just tell them to try it again.
What's going to be funny is it'll be Howard's voice saying the call's been disconnected. It won't be the automated. The number you have reached has been temporarily disconnected because I don't give a shit.
It won't even be a boop. It would be more like a flush.
Please leave a message after the plop.
After the plop. You hear it plop and you hear, Jackie, I need more toilet paper.
Jackie, bring the camera. This one's huge.
I'm going to name this one.
How do you know I was pregnant? I could feel it, but.
But yeah, if anybody has any questions, anything, just put them in the comments here, or just hit me up later on. Just send me a message. But now we're going to get back to Mr. Matt Barron, paranormal consultant himself.
Uh-oh.
Tell us what's going on, Matt. Tell us what you're doing. What kind of shows you're doing? What's happening?
Well, a bunch of new things. As most people probably are aware, and like Howard said, I stepped away for a little bit, and by a little bit I meant it's been a week. But y'all don't leave me alone. But I love it. But no, I was doing some thinking, and I've been talking with some people, and a lot of people have been saying that they feel like there's a void in the community since I left, and it's only been a week, but it's still like a lot of people have said some really nice things to me, and I appreciate everyone. But it got me thinking. I was speaking with one of my brothers. His name is Nando. He actually is with Portal to the Paranormal over there across the pond, and he gave me an idea, and he said a couple of things that I took to heart. And I used a couple of ideas from different people that we know, like Victor Santiago from the Don Vic show. He gave me, inspiration. A couple others have gave me some inspiration. So I have decided to come back at an undisclosed time, because I don't know yet, with a brand new podcast. Now, this podcast is going to be a little different. And I know, Howard, you and I have spoken about it, and you've kind of done the same thing, but this is going to be it all the time. So this podcast is going to be made for the audience, by the audience. So I'm not scheduling any guests with this one. It's going to be, I'm going to announce the day of when it's coming up each week. People are going to sit there when I go live and just say, hey, I want to come on the show. Boom, you're on. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you come from. I don't care if you want to promote out, a show. I don't care if you want to promote out a podcast, a team, a group, a band, you're an actor, comedian, whatever you want to promote out, you do it. So that way when we grow, we're growing together. We're absolutely growing together. And so the success of this show is going to depend on the success of the audience. And I think, Howard, I think you agree with me on this. And, we all know that as hosts, the audience makes the shows.
Right.
Well, why not have a show about the audience? It just makes sense. So I'm calling it the Paraverse Podcast, PvP. And for those of you who are gaming, PvP, player versus player, we will also be doing gaming on this channel, on this show as well. So just 1 week, we just like, you know what? I don't feel like having a guest on. I just want to do some gaming. Myself, and I've already spoken with Aaron Hoffman about it. He's going to hop on. We're just going to game. We're going to have fun. And it's going to be random. It's going to be whenever I'm available for it. It's not going to be like, hey, well, I have to be off this day or this time, or I got to be on that. No, none of that bullshit anymore. It's just going to be straight up. Hey, this is what it's going to be, guys. And whoever shows up wants to come on, boom, done. So
sounds like a plan, man. It sounds like it's going to be something great. I mean,
yep.
I've done that before. We played with that before on our shows, where we bring in someone from the audience, and to me, it's more fun. It's more educational. You get to learn about that person, especially the people that watch a lot, like Raymond. I see Raymond, Joshua. I know all these guys, and they always watch the shows, and they're dedicated fans, and I'll bring them in, and we'll do a show with them, or something like that, and let them be a part of it, and that, to me, that's just my way of saying thank you for being a supporter.
Yep. So, and that's the thing. Like, we as hosts, like as you've seen, like it's going to be the Para Crew, Paraprob, and P3 Gaming all rolled into one show, but with a Don Vic vibe to it. And that's what I love. Like it incorporates everybody and anybody. And I don't know who the guest is going to be, and I don't really care. I'm not going to schedule it because I don't know what my schedule is going to be. We all know life happens. So it's going to be, hey, this week, like say on Monday, I come on, post up and say, hey, it's going to be on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Cool. 7 p.m. Eastern time. I hit my, my countdown. Everybody knows I love my countdowns. I do my countdown. And as soon as the countdown's over, whoever messaged me, hey, I want to be on the show, you've got the link.
And that's
And
going to be
that's,
on. You're going to be with networks. It's going to be with Parapost, aren't you? Right?
yep,
And then
Parapost Network
Paralink.
Central and Paralinks Plus, Pun Plus, I'll be on. But I also have a new Facebook page for this new podcast, and I have a new YouTube channel as well that it'll be on. And I know some people may be upset with me saying this, but again, don't really care. Not to be rude, but I just don't. There is no more Paracrew podcast. There is no more Paraprod podcast. Raymond, don't promise things you can't follow through with. But
Mm-hmm.
there is there is no more of that. And it's nothing negative. It's nothing negative against, my co-host. Hey Denise. I'm jealous of Ernie, by the way. He had 2 steaks in a row. 2 days in a row he had steaks.
What?
That Oh yeah. You didn't see the post? Ernie had a steak yesterday and today. 2 days in a row.
I've been on the phone all day, all
Oh,
day.
Monday and Tuesday. Monday and Tuesday he had a steak.
Denise Ernie called me tonight, and she was
Mm.
concerned about me. And that woman can read me like a book. I don't know what's her deal, but
but yeah, it was nothing against any of my co-hosts like Squeakers and Lurker. Nothing against them, but it was time for a revamp. It was time for something different. There was a lot going on. So, you know what? This is the way I want to do. No, I'm using StreamYard. It'll still be on StreamYard. It will be on like Howard said, it'll be on Parapost Network Central on Facebook, along with the Paralinks Plus, Pun Plus. It'll be on. Um, it'll be on the Paraverse podcast Facebook page and YouTube channel. It'll be on a P3 Entertainment. It'll be all over the place. So it'll still be out. Victor. You know what? I'll say while you're here. Victor, you actually inspired me, brother. You inspired me. But he was one of them that led me to creating this new show. And so is Ron Stokes. Ron Stokes from SPIR. He actually offered a position on Feisty TV. And it'll be on there as well. So he wanted something different. He wants, to talk to me about it. And I told him, he told me last week, I was like, you know what, I'll give me a week. Let me think about it. This is what I came up with. And he loves the idea. I love the idea. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And plus, it'll be variety. So we never know who we're going to get.
that's good. I like that idea. I do. I really do. And like I said, we're talking about doing the same thing with the networks. You know,
Mm-hmm.
expanding it to where it's not just paranormal. That's
Yeah.
like I said in the beginning of the show. We want to be able to open it up and let other people see, do their own thing.
Yeah.
Just because
Well,
you're a
like,
paranormal investigator, you have other hobbies. You can do other things besides
yeah.
talk about ghosts and aliens and cryptics and
Well, like,
psychics and stuff.
even stores like Valerie Wright. We all know Valerie. She's got the Ravens call. She can come on and talk about her stuff. I know Anthony, he's in the audience. If I think he's still here from Texas Wraith Hunters. His wife, does some crystals and stuff. She can come on and talk about that. Someone wants to come on, like Victor, he wants to come on and talk about, what is going on in the MMA world. Let's go. I don't, this is going to be an open forum. Like I said, the audience will make this show.
Right? It's
And me as a
almost like
host,
unholy trinity, but clean.
hmm, I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Because yeah, unholy trinity. I mean,
I might give you a run for your money.
we that's a train wreck already. I mean, I just say
But
unholy trinity. People just already shaking Jesus, Lord of mercy. That's all they do.
but yeah, so I got that going on. I got a new merch store going up and running, which is gonna be more yeah. And they do. And it's variety. It's something different each week. But now I got my
You
new
have no
store
other
up.
life. Yeah, but you got to have something else. I mean, paranormal is not a cheap hobby to have. But me personally, I mean, I'd rather go. I I might do a show about fishing. Just go out there, and just go fishing.
Actually,
You know,
no lie, next week. Well, not next. Yeah, April 1st. April Fool's Day starts trout season. So my ass will be out in the water. I don't care how cold it is. I'm going. But no, I even got, like I said, my new merch store that's up and running. I was showing you that, Howard. I was showing you that
yeah.
before the
You
show.
want you
Like,
want you want you want to promote that? We could just put that up on screen if you want.
well, let me get to it here. Yeah, go ahead. Why not?
There
Give
we
it a
go.
shout out. So, some of you may or may not know, I had a spread shop as well. That wasn't really doing too much, and it's kind of difficult to navigate for me. So this is what I came up with. This is on Teespring, and all you have to do, and I even there's a domain name. It's just paraconsultstore.com. That's all you got to do. Paraconsultstore.com. It'll take you to this. I've got shirts, hoodies, bags. You got Happy Haunting sticker. But this is just some of the merch I've started off with. This is my Happy Hauntings line, which I love. It just says Happy Hauntings on the front, Paranormal Consultant on the back. Real simple. Um, I've got some codes going on right now for 15% off. I got Paravid you can use as a code. And you could also, right there it is, have an idea. Have an idea. You can get 15% off your order. But yeah, there's bags, there's duffels, backpacks, hoodies, stickers. And then I also have, which I absolutely telling Howard I love this.
Mm-hmm.
But this is my Paravid Studio merchandise as well. And they do come in different colors. So if you don't like the purple, there's black, navy blue, red, whatever.
Where's the code that says 98% off?
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's just real simple. Paravid Studios logo. And then while Howard was ignoring me backstage, I actually created something brand new. Let me get back to it. Where is it? I thought it was on here. Maybe I need to refresh it because it is brand new. There it is.
I
Got a
seen when you did that.
happy hauntings. My happy hauntings hat.
I like that it's embroidered. That's what I
Yep.
like.
Yep. It actually is called the happy hat. It's just called the happy hat. And just so everybody knows, these prices, I did actually mark most of them down. You can set some of your own prices. I did mark them down, so they're as cheap as I can get them for everybody.
The 98% code, he's giving them away.
Yeah, pretty much. I making shit. But here's the thing: anything that is made off of these, by the way, will go back into the community. So, like for Paravid Studios, most of you know I do the intros and outros and stuff like that. It's gonna go right back into better software, so I can do better videos for everybody. That's what it's going back to, and to do these stream yards and stuff like that. But yeah, that's the
And
new merch.
that's not to mention that Matt does the intros and outros. And when we end the show tonight, I'll play it again tonight. The new commercial that he's done for us for FearFest. And I'll tell you what, he's done an awesome job. I love it. I love it to death. I love the old one that he did, but we had to change up some stuff on it.
I love the
But
banjos.
I love it. I mean, Denise is going to fall in love with it. I mean, Denise is going to love the banjos. I mean, she's from Kentucky. She's one of the women up there. She loves that stuff. I mean,
Uh, but yeah, there'll be new merch coming. I want to kind of get new merch at least once every 4 months. So every quarter we'll have something, or every 3 months, every quarter there'll be a new piece of merch out. I may do something special for some events and stuff like that. But the other thing is, I want to also do merch for the P3. So the P3, anybody who's a P3 program member, family member, You're gonna have your own merch too. It's gonna be um, kind of like this setup. It's gonna have on the front. It'll have your team or group or podcast logo on it, and on the back it'll be P3. So that way, when people get it, you can get your favorite team's merch. So that'll be that's own store. But this one's just for me. This one's just for me. But yes.
That's awesome. And like I said, I'm gonna play that outro or my commercial for an outro, and that banjo music's intoxicating. And I think I can get Denise, and Ernie are going to go to Salem this year for Halloween, and of course they have that haunted thing that's that haunted house thing that they have in at Waverly, but they leaving straight after and they're going to Salem. So I think if I can entice her instead of going to Salem to come to Louisiana if I get a banjo.
Well,
And
you know Denise. In between Waverly and Salem, kind of got to go through PA. Just saying,
I'm trying to get it to come south. I'm trying to get it to come south. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna see if I can get that old boy to play the banjo in Deliverance.
Oh,
I
there
mean,
you
that's
go.
what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna have him, and I'm gonna just play that music for Denise and let him just look, and
And
she'll just come floating down. She wouldn't even need an airplane or drive, and she just automatically just hover down here.
Just stops dead in the middle of the road. I hear
That's right.
banjos.
She kind of looks off in the distance, that stare. Next thing you know, she's right here.
And yes, Jen, I can. I could. I might pair of Karen shirts.
Eric Heron shirts.
I might.
PA, I don't know. I've never. I was supposed to go to actually to Pittsburgh. I know not Pittsburgh. I was supposed to go to Pennsylvania. I got to find out exactly where, but there's a foundation there um, that I talked to a friend of mine. He actually started the first foundation like what I'm doing,
Mm.
and it's for helping pregnant women and stuff. And it's called the Alexis Joy Foundation, and it's in I think it's in Pittsburgh.
You
Uh,
said Alexis Joy?
the Alexis Joy Foundation, and it's at a hospital. I think it starts with an A. I want to say I can't pronounce. I don't remember it off the
Yeah,
top.
it's Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh. Uh,
And
West Penn Hospital.
and
Yeah, that's
that's
in.
actually a friend of mine who's and that's a friend of mine. His wife passed away. She committed suicide right after she had their child. And
Mm.
his name is Steve DeChili. Um, and that's when I started. Uh, when I was advocating, I decided to go ahead and do an organization, and he was so helpful with it. He's a good man. It's a good foundation up there for him. He unfortunately, I wanted to work with him and actually spread the word and spread this, what we're doing across the United States. But he was content with what he was doing and for local, and you got to admire the man. I mean, he's doing something for his community. But I just, I'm taking it one step further, and wanted to be able to help others. And I want to help not just here where I live, but I want to spread this throughout the United States. So,
Mm.
yeah, that's definitely.
And that's one thing I love that you guys do the stuff like that because that means a lot to a lot of people, and it's good work.
I don't know about for paracons or for different that holds one for cancer
Mm.
or dementia. Um, that to me, I mean, we belong to Paralinks. It's our network, and I have my own investigation teams. It's Paranormal Swamp Investigations, and I started a foundation for to help the women suffering from all the mental diseases, uh, perinatal, prenatal, postpartum, um, just to name a few, and uh, I linked the two together, and uh, I let one help the other. What I do for my investigations and stuff like that, I let it help the foundation, not hurt it. Um, I don't do the foundation for the paranormal though. I keep that separate from the paranormal research and stuff like that I do because I want to me that's uh I'm not saying the paranormal field is not legitimate or anything like, but it is what it is. It's a hobby.
Yeah.
Uh, and to me, I'm just keeping it as that. It's a hobby. You know, some people, live and die and breathe for it. I do too. But I mean, this is something that the foundation is something for it's my daughter's legacy, and that's what I'm doing for it. I just want to be able to help others, and it's just like with the paranormal field, the same thing. We don't charge anybody for anything. We don't do none of that because I tell you what, somebody does want to charge you to come investigate, turn them some bitches away. It's a scam.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I just want to keep those two separate. But I want the paranormal field, if I can, because it's a big field, um, to help any way I can. If there's another foundation, another organization, like one of our guest speakers, Santiago Cirillo, he does a lot of work with veterans and uh, mental diseases and depression with veterans and stuff like that, veteran suicides and stuff like that. And I admire that. And if I can help out in the paranormal field to help his organization, I would in a heartbeat.
Well,
So
and that's the thing. Like most of us feel the same way. Like me personally, like I want to help out the community because let's be honest with each other. The paranormal, like that's what we do. When we have a client, we're going out to the public. We are going into their homes. If we go to these like locations like Waverly, these conventions and these things that we do affect our community directly. So why not take that extra step and help out? Like that's one thing I absolutely love. Like that's why one of the things that really brought me to you, when you told me about Jessica's foundation, that's something that affects the community, that helps people out. The stuff that, Jen's doing, the women's para retreat, the men of the paranormal, that's going to affect the community as well. When you have any sort of outreach program that promotes positivity and understanding, and you are able to give, your experience to help give some clarity, I say screw it, let's do it. We as a field should be doing it. That too.
I'm glad you're doing something like that because you know what? Jackie abuses me. Shh. She does. She verbally and physically abuses me.
I plead the fifth on mine.
Yours comes after you with a sword.
You ain't wrong. Actually, it's sitting out right over. It's right over there. Actually,
it's like it's just like what I was doing with, and that's a good example right there with just seeing Denise's name. I didn't read the message yet, but what she had to say. But with Denise and what they were doing, they have Pac-Man Paranormal.
Yep.
Ernie Denise Pac. I mean, I can't love anybody more than them people. That I love them to death. I do. I love Ernie to death. That's if Ernie needed something, and if I had it, I'd give it to him in a heartbeat. I mean, if they were destituted and they needed a place to crash and live and stuff, hell, I'll build them a freaking add on to my house and they can come on over and move on in. I don't give a shit. I mean,
yep. Same
we have
here.
biscuits and gravy every day and peanut butter fudge and stuff. It'd be all good. It'd be all like heaven.
You did not just say peanut butter fudge.
Peanut butter fudge.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
I made some the other day, about a week or two ago, man. That shit was good too. When the cool weather, that shit perfect.
Oh,
perfect.
You know what I had the other day that didn't last long is Thin Mints, the Girl Scout cookies.
I'm not a big Thin Mint person.
I love them. I absolutely destroyed that box. We walked in, like we have, of Salvation Army and Goodwill and stuff like that. Well, there's another one up here. It's called Community Aid, and I really enjoy them, and I love shopping there because number one, you never know what you're gonna find, and two, that goes back to the community. You know what I mean? So it's a nice little circle. As soon as I walk in, those little bitches were sitting right there, and I just went, "Oh!" And Mackenzie goes, "No," and I went, "Thin Mints." And she goes, no, no, let's go. I'm like, but Thin Mints. She goes, no. So we went in. She grabbed a hold of my shirt and dragged me in. And I'm like, I'll be back. So we went into the store. We paid for our stuff and got some good stuff. And as soon as we started leaving, I finally had some, cash on me. I had $5 out of my pocket. Hey, Liz. And
Liz.
I had $5 and I was just holding on to it. And Mackenzie looks at me and she goes, "You are not." And I went, "Thin Mints. I bought those fucking Thin Mints." She goes, she goes, "You better hide those." I said, "Why?" And she goes, "They're going to be gone." I was like, "You better hide them from me." And she goes, "No, my mom loves those." And I was like, "She ain't getting my fucking cookies. They're my cookies." They were gone that night. I ate a whole box. Do I feel like a badass? Yes. Do I care? Nope. Now I want more Thin Mints. And anybody who says the Keebler ones taste the same, you're full of shit. They do not taste the same.
I like the shortbread cookies myself. I mean, that's what I like.
Oh, those are good
That's
too.
the Girl Scout shortbread cookies. That's what I
They
like.
have new
But anyway,
caramel ones too.
like I was
Ooh.
saying, I mean, getting back to Jen's question about the dementia and cancer thing, it depends on what who that paranormal investigator is and what's his passion. Um, like what I was saying about Ernie and Denise, they took up the flag and saved Waverly Hills. They saved Waverly Hills. They were out there, they supported, and look, that's family, and whatever they're going through, and that was something that was a dire need at the moment. I mean, I'll drop what I'm doing, and I'll give all the support I could possibly do. I'll, post stuff, talk about it, bring them on. I mean, whatever you have to do, and you help. That's what this field is supposed to be about, and that's what's this damn shame about it. People are fighting, people arguing, people it's over stupid stuff and we're all adults. Grow the fuck up, I mean, I hate to say that way, but it's true.
It's the
Grow
truth.
up
Yeah.
and be adults, man. We're not in kindergarten. Act like
Nope.
humans. Act like freaking adults, and help each other. Help each other and do what you're supposed to do. Don't act like children. Don't act
Well,
like
no, there's no reason for it. There's absolutely no reason for it. And what upsets me is these people who have these ulterior motives. And what I mean is there's people out there who will sit there and say, "Oh, well, I'll help you out, but you got to do this."
right.
You know what? No. Screw you. Like I know I don't know if we were really gonna get on this one, but I got to, brother, at this point. But people sit there and say, like, you as a network owner, you and Brian Laverty have welcomed everybody and anybody. It don't matter who you are. You want to come on Paralinks, you want to come on Parapost. God bless you. Let's have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
New show. Screw it. We'll throw it up against the wall, see if it sticks, see what happens. We'll help you out any way we can. But you don't say, and this is what irritates me, you don't sit there and say, you're going to work with this group and no one else. We want you to come on, but you've got to give up everybody and anybody that you've associated with. You can't shout them out. You are no longer with them. You are us. Motherfucker, I am not property. If I'm going somewhere, like with my new show with Paraverse, if some network wants me, cool. But guess what? Y'all are coming along with me. Why? Because that's growth. And I'm sorry, but if you're a network owner, like if I start my network up, if I start a network up, I want everybody to come along. Like if I want a whole audiences to come with me. That way I'm not gaining just a host. I'm gaining a whole community, which means more views, more publicity, more people seeing your stuff out there. It's called smart business. When you start cutting people off and saying, well, you can't work with them anymore. No, there's no stipulation. Yes,
I
it's
call
bad
that being
business.
an adult. I call that being human. I don't call it. If you don't, if you go back and do what you, oh, this one said this, and I don't like the way they said that. No, that's just quirky. That's just somebody just looking to start some shit that ain't got nothing going on in their life.
Well, and
Trust me, I got too much going on in mine to be sitting down there worrying about this one wore, tie dye shorts. So this one here is wearing a thong. I don't care about all that, people. Give me the what's if there's something a legitimate gripe about something, then I'll hear it out. And then we'll see if we can work it out. And see what can happen. Because things out there do happen that are legitimate. But
Yeah.
it's very rare, though. I mean, it's usually over little bullshit stuff that someone then said he says, she says type stuff, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Well, and here's the other thing. Like this was brought up to my attention several times, and I'm not calling this person out. I refuse to. I refuse to call this person out. But I
It's
was
me.
sit no, it wasn't you. I was sitting here being told that one person is doing this or doing that. Like one of the things was um stealing guests. You know what? Here's the thing. In my opinion, right now, with the way everybody is, there is no stealing guests. It's called networking. The only way it's being stolen is if you go to a guest and say, "Hey, I see you're going on this person's show. Don't do it. Come over to our show. We're better." You won't get anything out of them, or you come up with some bullshit line so that guest doesn't go on the show. That's stealing. That to me is heinous. It's undermined. It's bullshit. I started out with if you go back to my shows, like my original shows on the Para Crew, when it was or something else, it was some other show. Anyway, all of my guests were on Scott's show, and all of his guests were on my show. We bounced back and forth. That's how I met people. That's how I've met a lot of the people that I still work with that I adore. Marcus, for one, James from Hammertown Paranormal, Ron. I saw Ron was here from RRLC Paranormal. Uh, that's how I met them. We went on each other's shows. That's networking. That's fine. If I see a guest on Howard's show that I like, I'm gonna say, "Hey, I'd love to have you on my show. I saw you on Howard's
He's,
show.
he's done it.
I
He's
think
done
you're
it
great."
before. While I'm sitting right there in front of me, and I'm
Yeah.
sitting there, look at this son of a bitch stealing my guest.
Hmm.
I'm
Hmm. Hey, and this
joking.
motherfucker's done it. This motherfucker's done it to me too, and
Yeah.
I've
And
even
it's
done
it's
it
that's
with
what it is. It's a good networking because I might have
yeah,
things I want to talk to him about that I found interesting that might not but Matt might not have covered or vice
yeah,
versa. So it's good. It's not just also good networking, but you also get more information out there too. I mean, we're prolonging it. You're actually prolonging that topic that
yeah.
you find interesting.
Yeah, 100%. And the other thing is too is like Howard and I, like brother, you know as well as I do, we think similar with a lot of things, but we're very different in a couple things, especially our hosting. We host differently.
I like
But
penis posts.
I think they're funny as hell, but like I'm just one of those like mine's different. My shows are different. My shows are somewhat informative, but they're still fun. I'll ask random shit. I don't really do much, but at the same time, like when you go on someone's shows, you should understand that there's going to be somebody out there, especially a host, that is going to be sitting in the audience going, you know what, they'd be a great addition to. I'd love to have them as a guest. And there's one good point that I had a while back, and that was Michael Wong. Michael Wong was on Through the Lens with Brian and Lex, Brian Laverty's show. Absolutely amazing individual, very knowledgeable, very different. He had a different mindset to the field. I wanted him on my show. Now I'm hoping that he comes in the audience on the Paraverse because I'd love to have him on. But if he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But it's just a matter of networking and marketing. And you know what? I if you've got, again, like Howard said, if you got a problem with somebody, be a fucking adult. Say, hey, I want to sit there and talk with you. I want to talk with you. I want to work things out. Blah blah blah. Yeah. And actually, Brian, I love you, brother. I'm going to throw you under the bus. There was a time.
Throw them,
There was
throw nipples under.
a couple weeks ago. Brian thought I had an issue with him, so he came to me and he said, "Hey, do you have an issue?" And we spoke. We talked, and we talked for a while. It's like, No, it's I'm stressed out. There's a lot of other bullshit going on, and we worked things out. We got back on the same page. And you know what? That happens. When you have a network, when you have a community, you will have a couple of times where you ruffle a little feathers. You get a little irritated with people. Some stuff happens. But you got to work together to work out your differences. And what led me to walk away was that wasn't happening. It was the same bullshit over and over and over and over. I mean, I think I told you, Howard, the other day I was at work and I have an Apple Watch. That thing was going off so much my hand could have been its own fucking vibrator. Mackenzie would have been very happy. I'll just put it that way.
And
I
there's
was
something else.
not.
There's something else. And I talked to Brian about this today when I was talking to Brian on the phone. Um, you might see what I am on here when I do these podcast shows. I am crazy. I'll go from different grades of crazy. I'll go from crazy, stupid, and this fool needs to be taken off. Okay, but what you see is not what sometimes what you get.
No.
Now, I'll come on and I've done it. I've done some crazy shows. Don't get me wrong. And I've covered just about anything that's disgusting that shouldn't be talked about in the paranormal. I've done it. Okay, but I can also, it depends on who the person is or that what type of show they have. And like I said, what you see is not what you get.
Yep.
I went on Greg Costa's show, and they thought they were going to get Greg. I'm not quite sure Greg was expecting the person, the Howard that showed up, that normally shows up to his own shows. But I got on his show, and it was very emotional. It was very well put. A lot of people said it was a great show Greg had. It was well done, and people praised that show. And I was a guest, and it's depending on what you want. And you got to remember, this is a podcast show. Show being the key word. Okay, this is a persona. This is something we just put on. This is not who we are in real life. Like I said, I told this to I'll tell this to anybody. I wear many hats, and there's many things that there's different ways. Different people are going to see me in different aspects, and that's what I am. I mean, that's who I am, and that's who I think Matt's totally different from who he is. I mean, Matt does one thing and he does another thing, and it's like Mackenzie, his wife, well, yeah, you might as well say wife. His wife, right now she might chase him around the room with a sword, but they love each other, and it is what it is. They you just wear many hats. You show different faces, and like I said, it's sort of like acting, I guess you could say. You're entertaining. That's all it is. You're just being an entertainer, or you're given. It depends on what type of show that you want to do. Now, with that being said, before you say anything, Matt, like I was telling you in the beginning, that Paralinks and Paraposts are still working together. They're stronger than ever. Now, I wanted to prove that point to you, and that's why I did this. Here is Mr. Brian Laverty himself.
I heard what you said earlier, Matt, about what happened a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, that's what it's about. Matt has always been the one to, preach that if you have a problem with somebody, you go to that person. It's exactly what happened. And I didn't think he had a problem with me personally. I thought he just had a problem in general.
Well, I have a lot of problems.
Well, you know what I mean. Maybe I'm phrasing that wrong.
I understand.
But I wanted to go to him, and we talked, and it was strained out, and I found out a lot of stuff of what was going on, and obviously a lot of people don't see it. And you're right, Howard. What you told me today. What you see on the podcast is completely different from what you see in real life.
Right.
And with saying that, there's, we all have problems, and we all have problems. We all have stuff going on in our personal lives. And I know for myself and for you, Howard, and you, Matt, we don't really talk about it in public. And I don't talk about it in public. And I never talk about my personal life in public. And there's a reason for that. So because
It's your
because
private
I
life.
think yeah, it's my private life, but I think people will go, okay, whatever, dude. You know, let's get the violins out and
Well,
but yeah, and I'm glad you said that, Howard, and that's what we spoke about today is about parapost and paralinks. And because once I found out Stephen was, leaving paralinks, my thought was, well, okay, well, what's going on with parapost and paralinks? I know they're really good up till now, but I just wanted to find out if we're going to continue or you guys were going in a different direction. I was very thankful when you called me today and said, no, we're staying together. And we talked further about that because there's new shows going to be coming out that are going to be on Parapost that are going to go over to Paralinks and Paralinks over to Parapost. And we're growing. And, and that's this all began because of Matt, this relationship. And he brought us together. And,
Brought you and Steven together. Me and Matt were actually in the background. We were actually the two that we were saying, let's get them together.
if I knew then what I know now, I might have had second thoughts.
I still say that would be a great piece of merch.
You know what?
Saying.
Yeah, because every so often Howard comes into Through the Lens and goes, "Hey, there's nipples."
Nipples. But that's funny. I mean, I like to joke around. I do
I take it
joke.
as a joke, and
That's
I
all it
take
is.
it as
It's
a
joke.
joke, but it's been an interesting 5 months now? Has it been 5 months? I think it's been 5 months
Roughly, yeah.
since what is it, March? Yeah, it's been 5 months because we began in October. So, 5 months coming up on 6 months. It's been great. And, we've grown. And I will personally say that I think our two networks, and I'm probably going to be a little bit biased here, but I think our two networks together are some of the best networks out there.
I will agree with that one because, like we were saying earlier, I don't know if you caught it when you were coming in or not, but there's networks out there who are sitting there restricting what a host can do or who they can, shout out, but yet they preach para unity. You know what? Fuck you. Like, if I sit here and I know Howard, if I sit here and I say, you know what, I found this guy over at Things Network. He's great. He's supporting what I'm doing. I'm going to give him shout outs. You know him. Just because he's with Things Network does not mean you're going to drop my ass. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how it goes. That's not para unity. That's not showing support to your creators. And when these networks, when they sit there and, isolate, other networks, you're hurting yourself. Like, that's how, Paralinks and Parapost and everybody is growing because we're working together to promote each other. Why wouldn't you want that? You want, like, for the Global Ghost Hunt, we're talking about sponsorships and stuff like that. The amount of people and views that all of our content creators are creating within Parapost, Paralinks, everywhere is astronomical. I mean, to sit there and talk these numbers, it's like that they're nothing to joke about. There's some serious numbers.
Well, I'll tell you, and I told this to Howard today. Like our first month and a half, 2 months, we went from between 4 to 5,000 views to 14,000 in a matter of a month and a half. And and the dynamic works between Paralinks and Parapost because Paralinks has their scheduled shows, which is great, but it gives the freedom for those scheduled shows if they want to put another show on during the week, and it just happened. They might have been speaking to somebody that day and said, "Listen, I want to do a show with you." They can bring it over to Parapost and not worry about it.
Yep.
And that's why I think Paralinks 3 works so well, because it's not scheduled. And I said right from the start when I first started Parapost Network Central that I wasn't going to do scheduled shows. It just gives the freedom of if you want to pop on one night and just do a simple quick talk like Matt has done on various occasions that, you can do that. And it just gives an option to everybody to, um, and I told this to Howard today. What I like is if 3 or 4 shows are on at once, people have a choice of what they want to watch, and again, I'll say this again, me and Howard spoke today and about opening up the network towards other shows that have nothing to do with the paranormal. So we got Don Vick on Parapost Network, and I'm not sure why. Is he over on Paralinks 3? Don Vick?
Might be.
I don't think Victor is. Not yet. He should be, I
We
think.
we should be. He should be over there. I don't know why he's not.
Well, like even
And I had
we'll have to
Scotty
talk to
on.
him.
I have to talk to Scott still too, because
Yeah.
we talked about Scott. He was actually
Well, it's
in
funny
the
because
show
I
earlier.
mentioned Scott today, and I sent him the request to be an editor on Parapost Network, and it sat there for weeks and weeks, and then I found out why.
Courtney said he is. Courtney
he
said
is? Okay.
Don Vick's
Is he on Parapost now? Or Victor is?
Victor, he's on Paralinks.
Is he on Paralinks 3?
Yeah, that's what Courtney's saying.
Okay. So so I want to get Scott up on the show, and we got new shows coming out. We got and then they're going to go over to Paralinks too. And that's James Dawson. Who's starting his true crimes show in June.
Yep.
And they're preparing for an amazing show. And the reason he's not starting now is because they have a lot of research to do for a lot of different shows. And it's going to be an amazing show. I'm trying to convince somebody, and we spoke again, Howard, we spoke about this today. There's going to be another show coming up that has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about now. And it's even past Victor. It's even past Victor's show. It has nothing to do with anything, actors, paranormal, cryptids, nothing. And I think it's going to be an amazing show if we can get it up here. And I'm working on it. And it's going to be a 30-minute or an hour show. And I think it's going to be phenomenal. Again, me and Howard spoke today, and we want to open it up. We want to open up both platforms for different things.
Well, and that's just it right there, because these networks, I mean, let's be honest, at the end of the day, I'm using both of yours. Which, by the way, I did get a compliment on the at the end of the day shirt.
I was wondering. Cool. I was going to ask you, have you worn it yet?
Oh yeah. The only reason why I'm not wearing it today is because I wanted to wear my Mr. hoodie. But anyway, but no, like we already stated that we could reach out to the community, right? Yeah. So which means there's going to be a variety of people with variety of different likes looking at us. And when we start doing these big events like FearFest, Global Ghost Hunt, we do these Paracons, stuff like that, there's going to be a lot of people looking at us. So to have that variety in these networks is exactly what we need to start building. Because like, let's say one day I do my new show, the Paraverse. I want to do a show on fishing. I'm out in the field. I'm out in the stream somewhere fishing, and I'm just bullshitting. Somebody is going to see that, and they'd be like, "Hey, I love fishing. What kind of fly you use?" There's another viewer, and then we can start bringing people into the paranormal community, and it gets some more understanding to our field, which in my opinion is exactly what is lacking. And we are not just entertaining, but we are.
You need to expand it. I mean, expand what we're doing. I mean, it's gotten to where it's a stalemate, and we're talking about the same thing over and over. And like I said, I've seen these shows before. You get a guy on there, and he's talking. Let's talk about paranormal equipment. This is the K2 meter. It has many lights across the top. And about 15 minutes into the show, either you're sleeping or you then switch to something else.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's time to change it up a little bit and do something different. Now, there's something I've seen I watched today, actually, last night, early this morning. It came out on Netflix, and I'd love to see more shows about this. Waco. If you haven't seen that, go to Netflix, watch Waco. And it's everything that happened both sides, the ATF, the FBI, and David Koresh, even Timothy McVeigh, when he bombed the Oklahoma, he did that the same day that they Waco, the compound in Waco, the Branch Davidian compound burned down, and it was like April 13th or 19th or something like that. And it was so happened that Timothy McVeigh was at in Waco selling bumper stickers off of a car. So they made that connection. That's why he did what he did when he bombed the Oklahoma City bombings, is because he was retaliating for what happened in Waco. So I mean, they're saying it was one of these the greatest, one of the greatest things that's ever, one of the greatest massacres or whatever it was, or whatever it was. How did they put it? I'm trying to remember how they worded it, but it was just a retaliation. That's all he was doing because of what happened to David Koresh and his beliefs and his belief systems and stuff like that. Because it was against it was the government against its citizens, basically. Yeah. So I mean, to me, it was. I'd like to see more shows based on facts, sort of that situation, not just a true crime, but fact-based stories that happened that were tragic or something like that, or something that's interesting. It could be even happy stories, it doesn't matter. But I'd like to see more true life stories out there like that.
Yeah, and I spoke to somebody today that's thinking about starting. He's on Parapost, and going to get him over to Paralinks. He's talking about starting a podcast on music. And I think it's a great idea. I'd love to bring somebody on who talks about cars. Fixing cars. Because there's a lot of people out there that obviously drive. And
a lot of people don't even know how to change a lug nut on a car. I mean, exactly. To be honest with you, it'd be something you can actually teach somebody.
Yeah, I would love to see a live video of a podcast or a vodcast in a mechanic shop.
Yeah,
showing us how to fix a carburetor, or change an oil, or change a tire, or balance a tire, or whatever they need to do. I'd love to see that type of show on Parapost Network,
or even just stuff that you can do that you don't need a mechanic's degree to do, like how to change oil. Not a lot of people know how to change oil. It's actually fairly simple.
On my car, and I ain't got no degrees or nothing like that. It's called your daddy taught you. Say, here's a wrench, come underneath there and see what I'm watching. Watch me do this.
Well, it's funny because it's funny. I went to a high school that they had auto mechanics, so I took it 4 years in a row. Obviously, high school was a long time ago. But
it's changed a lot.
Cars have changed a lot, but the premise is still the same: how to change oil, unless balance the tire or change a tire.
Unless you have a Tesla, then it would have to be how to change out the AA batteries.
Yeah, exactly. So, but those are the type of shows that I'd love to see on both networks because I think they would do extremely well. I would love to see somebody, and again, I'm going to go into the paranormal field, but I'd love to see somebody that travels all the Paracons. Travels all the Paracons and does a video at each Paracon, and or get a pack of people that travel these Paracons and do a Paracon at each one when one comes up. I'd love to see that on, because Paracons are really important to our field.
Or even let's even take it a little step further. What about like astrological stargazers? We always talk about, there's the moon phases in the Wicca practice. Different moon phases have different, powers and energy fields and thinning of the veil and all that stuff. Why not have somebody talk about that? That's a year-round thing. Go out in the middle of the summer and
I want to get Emerald Lagasse to come on and just come on and throw some throw that stuff on there. Fry me up a fish. Bam, Emerald Lagasse.
Gordon Ramsay. Let's get Gordon Ramsay.
There's, I'm going to be reaching out to, it's funny. You were talking about fishing in New Orleans, Matt. There's a guy that I follow, and he follows me on YouTube. I'm going to reach out to him. He's got a fishing show.
Yeah.
And it's great. He gets a
From New
lot of views
Orleans?
on his he has a lot of views on his YouTube channel. I want to reach out to him and say, "Listen, do you want another place to stream to and get more followers and more viewers? And your viewers are going to help everybody else." And
Yeah,
that's what I said to at the beginning, Matt, of Parapost Network Central when you first came on.
Yep.
You know, new people coming on is going to bring new people to
right.
new viewers, and they're going to get
You know, check out all your
more
content.
people. They're going to get more people watch the other shows, and you're going to get more viewers. You
Well, it's
know,
the
and
rule of 5. It's a
yeah,
rule of 5. That's what it is. It's a marketing tool. You
yeah,
know, for every one person that sees your show, at least 5 people will know about it because people can't keep a freaking secret, and they shouldn't. They'll share it out, and at least 5 people will take an interest in it. That's why
yeah.
sharing is so important.
You know
Painting
what?
shows. You can do
I
painting shows. You can do sculpting. You can do anything that you consider a hobby. I mean, if
yeah.
whatever you like doing, you know, that's what I would be open to.
Yeah, and, you know, you can have 20 people in the room watching your show, and all it takes is one person to go over to that person's Facebook page and start following them.
I
You
mean, I
just gained a new follower,
I mean, hell,
and,
I'll
you know,
definitely be doing some lives while I'm fishing, and I know Mackenzie was talking about going hunting. We'll probably do some lives while we're out hunting.
Jen, I don't
And
see any
seriously,
reason why it wouldn't be. You know, because
Yeah.
everybody that comes to either of the pages have different interests.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, a lot of them have paranormal interests, yes, but a lot of these people have different interests as well. You know, it just might not be, yeah, you know, like I have a huge passion for the paranormal, but I have other interests too,
Same.
you know, and a lot of these people do. You know, I don't care if somebody came in and where they were, you know, creating Christmas cards, for God's sakes. It's it's something different that people are going to take an interest in. They might not have seen that people on Facebook, but we just brought them over to give them another place to stream to that people are going to be interested in. And it doesn't matter what it is because we can talk about all kinds of different things. At, and I'm going to say it at the end of the day, it's a matter of getting your show on another platform to get more views, to get you out there. And that's what this is all about, you know?
Yep.
And that's why I created Parapost Network Central is for that sole reason to get your show out there so people because there's a lot of fantastic shows out there, but
mhm.
they're like I go into a room and there's one person there.
But that's all it
Why
takes.
not
One
have
person makes a
20
show.
people?
One,
Why
I
not
mean,
have
it's
20?
to me, a successful shows you've got at least you got one person watching. To me,
Yeah,
that's
true.
you know success. I
Yeah.
mean, now if from that one person, they can spread that word around. You know, it's
Yeah.
just like the rule of 5 once again.
Yeah.
And then your shows will grow. You know, oh, I seen a cooking show. They'll go to work and say, I seen this one. I seen this fishing show. I seen whatever. You know, and they'll pass it around. And oh, which is my abuser. But but yeah, to me that's a success, and I say you know capitalize on it. I mean, bring in that crowd and let them watch a show, and then of course, like I said, once they see that show, what other stuff they have on that network? You know, what else can I watch? It you know, since I'm here, I might as well see what else is there, and
Yeah.
then they'll look at other shows that you have on it. It could be paranormal, it could be I don't know, guy cutting his toenails. I don't know, proper manicuring, whatever. It doesn't matter. It is what it is, and let them share it out. You know, let them see how well they do.
Well, I think Matt said this, and Victor had this, and Victor talked about this on his show as well. When people come into these shows, all we're asking people to do is share it once.
Yeah.
Share it once. It takes literally, I think Matt did this a couple of weeks ago. It takes literally 3 seconds to share it to your page. And you know and that's a big thing too because we can talk about all these shows that are coming on, but the people that are coming in the shows, they have to at least share it one. Well, they don't have to, but
You
we
should.
would like them to at least share it once. And you know and like for example, if you go over to Global Ghost Hunt, and everybody on the administration team's been great. When I post something up there, they go over there and they share it out, and you can see there's 30 shares, 20 shares, 16 shares. Like, there's how many people in your group? Howard, how many people are in my group? There should be at least 20 to 30 to 40 shares.
Well, and here's the thing.
Each show.
And I even said this with the P3. Like, you don't have to watch the entirety of it. We all are on Facebook at least once a day. Most of us are. You're just scrolling down through. Oh, I see that, somebody like, well, I'll pick on Raymond. Raymond shared something about cutting his toenails. I'm going to hit share. It takes 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Scotty humping someone's leg. Boop, share. Oh, Howard, take
Well,
a picture of his toilet. Share. No time.
Well, if you go over to the Huntophobia Canada page, you will see that every show that comes up, it's shared to the Huntophobia page. Every single show.
Yep. And
that thing is so packed with all kinds of media stuff, like it's endless right now. Mm-hmm. And it's simple. You hit share, hit your group, and it goes right over to Huntophobia page.
Yeah.
All the shows, all of them. And even sometimes when I don't share it, somebody else has shared, like Liz. Liz shares a lot on my page.
I love Liz. Yeah.
And she shares a lot on my page. Sometimes she shares it 3 or 4 times. So, but
there ain't nothing wrong with that.
At
least as long as
well,
you
share it,
sharing is sharing.
But I don't think we need to see it 4 times of the same show. So from the same person.
But so, I mean, even just putting it on your newsfeed, like that's what I do. I don't even like the amount of groups that I was a part of was I think it was like 80 or something. Like it was a big number. Oh no, that was the chats. But anyway, regardless, I don't know. But anyway, all I do is just share it to my feed. Share it to my news, my regular Facebook feed, my personal profile. Is everybody gonna look at it? No, but at least people are gonna see it. They don't have to go through all the group pages and stuff like that. It'll get there.
Yeah, I'm at around to all the groups that I'm with. I think it's close to 400.
Yeah, I got rid of a lot.
And I tried to share all of them on my personal timeline.
It's hard. It's hard. That's why I said we did. I said at the beginning of the show, that's some of the changes there's no changes in our network per se, as in how our beliefs and what we're going to be doing now and how we conduct business. Yeah. But we're going to actually look for people to be adding people to our administration to help do some of the sharing and help recruit new shows and help, it falling on just for a long time, it fell on Courtney. And Courtney was doing it, and it can burn you out. I mean, that's all.
Courtney was great. Courtney was great when she still is, but when Parapost first came to Paralinks, Courtney was great. She's still great.
She still comes in the shows and stuff like that.
Yeah. And just before I came on, probably 10 minutes before I came on, I noticed Matt put out a post for the Para Retreat with Jen Jacobs. And what I did was, and it was fast, took me a total of 2 seconds. I shared it.
Where did you find the time?
I shared it. And, and I think it's just important. I think if we did a lot more of that and a lot less of the other stuff, we would be a much better place.
I share my pain with you, Emmy. But no, you're 100% right. And there is no reason, like, let's go with P3. There's 30 plus people in the P3 family. There's no reason why any of our shows should only have 3 freaking shares. No reason. Whether you watch the show completely or not, if you see it, share it. Like, that's what I do for Global Ghost Hunt. I see Brian. I don't even need to go to the Global Ghost Hunt Facebook page. I see Brian posted something. Okay, shared. Do I know what it is half the time? Nope. But you know what? I will get to it. I will see it because I can go back on my feed and look at everything. But it takes no time. No time.
Had a nice conversation with Anthony today.
And so did I.
And I'm glad I'm so happy he's with the Global Ghost Hunt. I'm looking forward to his live. And it's correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony. Correct me if I'm wrong,
Waiting for it.
Anthony. You said El Paso, right? I believe it's in El Paso that
I
you're
think so.
doing your live, and it's going to be great. And get ready, people. Get ready. You're going to see investigations everywhere. Soon as you open up your feed, you're going to see something from Global Ghost Hunt, and it's going to be El Paso. It's going to be great, and I'm really looking forward to the event. It's been a year we've been working on this, like Howard with FearFest, and like I said to Howard today, if I knew then what I know
I
now,
was waiting for it.
that should be on a T-shirt.
Oh, give me 10 minutes.
Well, that's one of the things we talked about today. Was Brian and myself was Global Ghost Hunt will be at FearFest.
Yeah,
they have a table and all that. That's going to be there and I think it's going to be Brian's going to be one of the guest speakers there.
Yeah, and I'm also I found out tonight that I'm going to be a guest speaker at Jen's mail one when it comes. But I'm going to be doing it virtually. So I'm going to be here while I do it. So
you're no fun.
Yeah,
I'm going to actually be
Matt.
there. I'm
going to eventually get up to Pennsylvania. I'm going to get up there.
You mean go down? You already can't.
Yeah, you're right. Go down. You're right.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny is when we were in New York, he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm only 3 hours away," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, you could come down." And he actually was contemplating it. He was actually contemplating, but when it comes to PA, oh well, I don't know. But I'm going to Florida. Motherfucker.
He drives around. Around Pennsylvania.
Jen,
drives around it all the way around Pennsylvania.
Jen, I wasn't supposed to spill the beans. I'm sorry.
New York, New Jersey, then Maryland. Oh, I just missed you.
Got on a boat, drove.
Well, it's funny because Matt told me the town he lives in, and I actually drove through the town when I went to White Hill Mansion last year. And as soon as I saw the town, I go, "Oh, Matt lives in this town."
And drove right by.
Drove right by and waved.
It's just like
almost got a speeding ticket.
It's like Scott the one time. You don't know if you guys remember when Facebook used to do the "Hey, this person is nearby," send a message, blah blah blah. Yeah. Well, I got one of those when I was leaving Walmart, and it said Scott Morton is nearby. I'm like, the fuck? All right. So I called him and I said, "Hey, where are you at?" He goes, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Well, Facebook just said you were nearby." He said, No, I'm over by, past Pittsburgh. I'm almost to Ohio. I'm like, that doesn't sound right, but okay, whatever. 5 minutes later, he was in front of the store when I worked at Domino's doing a live, and I'm like, that I never drove so fast to get down there.
It's funny. I think one of the reasons why I didn't stop was because when I'm driving in another country and I have no idea where I'm going, I'm concentrating on that, and I try not to get steered off, because if I do, my mind goes like crazy.
If you're on the interstate, just FYI for anybody, if you're on Interstate 80 and you see Danville, there's one way in that place from 80. There's only one exit, and it's a straight shot right into town, so you can't get lost.
Well, see, the problem is with my GPS in my car, and I don't know why it does this, but I put in the address and it starts me at the beginning of the street. Not actually at the house or building or wherever I'm going. Mm-hmm. So if let's say, for example, Yonge Street, which is one of the longest streets in Canada, which is what I live off of in Toronto. So if I put in the address, it will start me at the beginning of Yonge Street to go all the way up. And I don't know why my GPS does that. So when I got to New Jersey, it started me at the beginning of the street, and I was 30 kilometers away from where I was supposed to be.
Wow.
So
that's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. I don't know if it's a setting in my GPS or something like that. Like it's a 2020. I don't think I should be having problem, or 2021. I don't think I should be having
problems. That don't matter. I bought a brand new car before, and it did the same. I mean, I had a brand new car, and
did it do that to you?
Let's put it this way: the air conditioning compressor went out on this thing. I had it for a year, and it stayed I owned it for a year, and it stayed. I actually driven it for about a month. The rest of the time, it stayed in the shop. Brand new, brand new. The OnStar that they had on the thing would never work. It would always say it always had to be in the shop. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. So I'm like, and come to find out, it was some kind of component that they didn't even have the new parts made for it yet. So they took out one out of another car, put it in. That one worked, but of course they said that they couldn't do that because they had to order that part, which they haven't even created yet. So I had to wait on that. Then the air conditioner compressor went out on this thing. So it sat in the shop waiting for a new compressor because there was no parts made for that to purchase. They were only making parts to put in the cars, not to sell as parts. So I had to wait on that. Underneath the firewall on where your tires are, the insulation was coming down. It broke down. And this was a terrain that we own. Yeah. And come to find out, they had more limit. So I wound up having to. I fought GMC, and I wound up having to go through that whole rigmarole with them. Take the car back. Give me my money back. Just give me another terrain. Give me something. There's something wrong with this car. It's a limit. And wound up having to take them to court, and never made it to court because they wound up finally settling out of court, and give me my money back on the dang thing. So I go get me something else. But it took all that time, and all that worry, and it was just a headache. But brand new car, just because it's brand new, it doesn't say.
Oh, I get it. I get it. But for the amount of money I spent on this car, the GPS should be working.
See, I agree with Jen. Like when I travel anywhere, like Howard, when we're coming down to New Orleans, I'm using, like, I have two phones. I will put my Note 10 up with Google Maps, and that's my GPS. I mean, the Impreza has GPS built in. I don't trust that damn thing. That to me,
I use my phone GPS. I don't use it. I have a Volkswagen now. I got a Volkswagen, and it's brand new Volkswagen. I still don't trust it. I don't trust the navigation on them things. I use my damn cell phone.
Yeah, and I prefer that. I prefer the phones.
Yeah. See, the problem is when I'm in another country, the roaming charges.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. What about like another type of GPS, like a Garmin or something? Go old school with it.
Oh yeah, I have a Garmin actually. I have one, and anyway, I found it. I eventually found it, so I usually work it out. If I have to, I'll go to Google Maps on my phone and type it in. But you know us, man. We like to find things without maps.
Roll out the window.
We're stubborn as hell. We're stubborn as hell. We want to find it on our own.
Howard messages me October 20th. Hey, where you at? I thought you were coming down the 18th. Well, I see signs and they're in Russian, so I think I'm lost. Well, which way did you go? I went that way.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
The sign said south. That's what I'd have to do, right? Just keep going south. I'll get it.
And that's what kind of Volkswagen. I bought a Passat. This thing's got the whole inside. This thing looks like a freaking airplane cockpit. It tells me everything. It's got the automatic park assist thing on it. It's got if I get too close to a car, it automatically starts braking for me and all this other stuff.
Yeah, that's what mine does too.
It does all kind of weird stuff I'm not used to. I mean, I'm like, okay, 260, roll down two windows and do 60 miles an hour. I'm from Louisiana. That's air conditioned. Yeah. But no, I mean, this thing's got all kind of stuff, buttons, bells, whistles. I can. Oh God, what else it does? It tells me how fast, not just fast, but how much fuel I got left to a certain point. It has. It said it's Volkswagen. It's on top of the line, as in everything that you could possibly put in this thing. It's in there. I'm still figuring this thing out.
Mine pops up when I've driven for a little while. A thing on my console, or the where everything is there, pops up and says, "Do you need a coffee break?"
I was just gonna ask, do you guys have like a Keurig in your car? Is that part of the feature?
I wish it would.
I'm trying to figure out how to turn that off because as you guys know, I'm not really a coffee drinker. So, but if I've driven like an hour, it says, "Do you need a break? Do you need a coffee break?" No, I don't need a break. How the hell do I
I can,
turn you off?
I can sense, I can sense your bladder is full. There's an extra stop in this area.
Like
Excuse me.
it's cool. It's a cool feature. It keeps you from, you know, driving and falling asleep, but because people do it.
Yep.
But
Well, let me ask you this:
it's
how
an
do you pick out a
interesting
car?
vehicle.
How does a
What's
man
that?
pick out a car? How does a man pick out a car? You went to purchase your car. As a man, me personally, I look at how much gas it's going to save, gas mileage,
Yep,
what are
me too.
all the bells and whistles inside the thing, what I can get
Yep.
for nothing. If I got heated seats, or if it's I could start it without having to get in the damn thing. I could, if the house is, if it's snowing out, I thank God we don't have that much snow out here. But if it's
Yeah.
raining or pouring, I could start the car and let it start warming up, and I could just run out there and jump in the car and then go. I ain't got to worry about sitting in and all that keyless entries. I'm looking at all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, me
My
too.
wife, Jackie, okay, this is how she picks out a car. It has a sunroof.
That sounds like Mackenzie.
It's okay. We're
Yeah.
buying it because it has a sunroof. There it is. That's what we're buying it for.
Um, yeah, I definitely look at those. My last two cars have been SUVs, which
I like
I
SUV.
really like, and the one I have right now is the Nissan Murano,
Mm.
and it's an amazing
I've, I've,
car.
I've driven a
It's
Murano.
my
It's
second
nice.
car. I was gonna get the car starter, but it was gonna be an extra $700.
Did you see the new Volkswagen? What is it called? Atlas.
Yes, I've seen commercials for that. I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
The new Atlas. Oh, those are nice. They are. You'd be surprised. Just go take a look at it.
See,
Yeah.
for me personally, it's a matter like I have my sports track, right? I have my Ford Explorer sports track, 4-wheel drive SUV engine, it's great on gas, still can pull. For me, it's a matter of what do I need this vehicle for? If I'm just traveling a lot, then yeah, I'm gonna get a smaller vehicle. But here in PA, and Brian, I know you know as well as I do, the weather can change in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be trapped in a snowstorm with a freaking sled. I want something that'll see that snowstorm coming and go, no, fuck you. I want something that's going to be reliable. I want something that's safe. The remote starter, great, but to me, not necessary. I want something that there's parts available for it, that there's good, it's a good cost. It's something that's going to hold up, that I'm not going to need to take it every 10 minutes to the dealership. I mean, some of these newer cars, yeah, they're great.
Then you want to buy foreign because you don't want to buy domestic. They're not. I'll tell you why. When I was shopping for my car, and I know a lot of people that sell these brand new cars. I went to Chevrolet. I went to Ford, Dodge, even. I mean, and all of them say the same thing. American-made cars right now are worth poop. They're not.
Yeah,
They're
they
not
don't
built
make
like they
no,
were.
they're not.
Buy
They're
foreign. Buy
They're plastic.
Toyota, Volkswagen, Nissan, anything that's outside the American-made cars right now are the top-selling cars. They'll last you the longest. The parts are going to be a little more expensive, but they're better-made cars than American-made cars now.
Well,
Yeah, my father, he worked at Ford for years. He was the vice president of parts and control and distributing throughout North America. So he had a very, very top high-end job, and I'd never buy a Ford. Found on road debt.
That's
Never buy a
exactly what
Ford.
it is.
Yeah.
anymore, yeah. See, anymore, it's just a Hot Wheels. It's a big boy Hot Wheels. They're plastic. They're whatever. But give me something old. Like I had a Chevy
I want
Caprice
old school.
Classic that was just stainless steel. It was just a steel body. That thing was heavy. I could take that thing anywhere.
Like those
My
old
brother had
Chevrolet
a
Silverados. I'm talking about like the 70 models,
my
where you can
brother had
run
a
it.
67 Mustang.
See, those
Convertible
Those are
Mustang
nice.
he had.
That's
It
sweet.
was a beautiful car. And you just can't find them anymore.
No.
But unless you're going to go to a junkyard and totally,
Still,
redo it and put it together. But yeah, he had a beautiful 67 and it was red and the black
Mm.
top. And
Why is it always red? You notice that?
Why
he
not?
got it
Always
painted red. He got it painted red. I think originally it was white, but he got it painted red. But it was an absolutely beautiful car inside and out.
Now, see, I like my wife's Impreza. The Subaru is nice. I just don't like the H4 engine. And for those who don't know, the H4 is water cooled.
And see, this is why it'd be
Bring it on
perfect.
by. Bring it on by.
Yeah, this is what Jen Jacobs is. Her son has a 2022 Camaro, and it keeps on leaking. Now, wouldn't it be great if we could have a show on cars, and
Yeah.
this could answer this question on why it's leaking?
When I was bringing my car in to get serviced, this was at GMC dealership, and the guy bought him a brand new. What was it? It's not a Colorado or whatever. It's the GM. It's a large GMC. I
Avalanche.
can't think. No, it was high end GMC truck. I just can't remember the name of it. Anyway, it kept leaking oil. Brand new truck kept leaking oil. Okay, so he would bring it in. They changed out the rear main seal on this brand new truck. Now, it only had like 4 miles when they took it off the ramp, and he got in it and drove it home. Okay, that was it. Uh, Kept leaking oil. They changed the rear main seal. They changed the oil pan seals. They changed all the seals that kept still leaking oil. Then they said, well, can we just have the truck for a little while and see where you know see where it's leaking from? Because by the time they would get it, the whole engine block would be full of oil, but they couldn't figure it out. Then the guy sat there and he actually put a camera on it and time lapsed it and see what was going on with the truck. Why was leaking oil? It was leaking oil from the block itself. They poured the casting from the engine, the block itself. It was poured too coarsely, and the oil was actually leaking out of the block itself. And then that's where the oil was coming from. So they had to replace the whole freaking engine. If you ever heard of such a thing, but that was crazy. I couldn't believe that.
Jen, what's it leaking? Are you talking oil, fluid? Like what kind of fluid is it leaking? But no, like her
Silverado's GMC, I mean Chevy, Denali's GMC. Yeah, Denali's the GMCs.
but like the H4 engine with Mackenzie's, the Impreza. Holy shit. Oil, trans fluid, and radiator fluid.
So major deal there.
Yeah. I'd be a little pissed too. But
2022.
No, Mackenzie, like her Subaru, her H4, if it gets below freezing out, that car will not start. That is a pain in the ass to get it going because it's water cooled. And obviously, when it gets below freezing, so it takes a while for that thing to really, get up and go. But when it does, it's good. Keeps it cool. But
it didn't have oil issues. It was just all electrical. Everything was electrical in the car. Anything electrical. It's like you would get in the car, you can even smell smoke. And I reported, well, there's nothing shorting out. I don't give a poo if you don't see it. I smell it. And the guy even smelled it and said, we don't know. We just can't find it. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. So I'm driving down the road with me and my wife and my son and my grandson in the car, or grandchildren in the car, and it catches on fire and we all die. It's okay though, because you didn't find where the smoke's
oh, by the way, there's a recall on it. Thanks.
Had a lot of recalls on those things. So that's why I got rid of it. Yeah, we only had it for a year. And like I said, I might have drove it for a month. So I just, they can keep it. I won't buy GMC no more. I won't buy GMC. I'll buy a Chevy, and I used to be a Chevy man until I stepped into this Volkswagen, and I love that Volkswagen.
I love my sports tracks. I absolutely love them. They've got the Explorer engine in it, which, like I said, it's an SUV engine, so it's still got some power, and it can still haul a lot. It can tow a lot, and parts are easy to come by, and they're fairly inexpensive. Like $7,000, you can get yourself a pretty good sports track, and you can beat. I mean, the only problem is just like with Fords, and living where we're at, rust. That's the only thing you really got to pay
But
attention
that's
to.
all up north, though. You got to remember that when
Yeah.
they pour that salt on the roads for ice and stuff like that, that gets underneath all your undercoating and everything, so it's going to rust.
Like I think every couple of years, the leaf springs you got to change out, and most of them are fairly inexpensive too. So, but I don't know. I like my sports track, and they're good on gas. That's the other thing too. They're real good on gas.
Yeah, unfortunately,
what happens if
mine's
something
not
breaks?
great, but
Well, you're still happy with it though. That's the thing.
yeah,
It's what you enjoy. That's the whole point of everything.
it's very comfortable. The car is very, very comfortable, and it's easy to drive, and it's just it's my second one, because I had one between 2016 and 2020. And then I got another one, a different color, but the color I got, I would never get again. Black is definitely not the way to go, for sure. So I got a black outside and black inside.
Oh,
that's my car.
Yeah,
that's
Volkswagen,
because it's black and black. Oh, it's hot in Louisiana. You can cook stuff in that thing.
The other thing, although you know what though, I'd rather have a black car than a white car.
My one was white.
See, I just can't stand, like, you can see every little piece of dirt, and then up here,
on a black car you can see everything.
Well,
I mean, black shows
I think white's
everything.
worse. I think white's worse though, because then you look at a damn Dalmatian car. Like you drive down the interstate, it looks like
it starts
Dalmatian.
looking gray instead of white.
Yeah.
Well, and then it's just changing colors. At least it's a gray car. It's
it's a little bit of variety, right?
Black is just black, and it just has spots all over, and it just gets dirty too quick.
See, my truck's already gray, so I don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, I go to my car, and like obviously it's winter now here, obviously, and people say, "Well, why don't you take your car to the car wash and get cleaned?" Well, I would do that, but I can guarantee either tonight or tomorrow it's going to snow, it's going to do something, and it's not going to look clean anymore. So I've just wasted that money to get dirty again.
Yeah.
So
that's
as soon as you drive it out the car wash, you might as well just say it's going to get dirty. I mean, driving
might as well just turn right back around and go back in.
just make a loop. See, that's why I got Mackenzie and I this membership for these car washes down here, for like $30 a month. You pay and you can get top wash and all that good shit. I told her, I said, we can sit here all day long just driving in circles, just washing your car. I said, I'll be okay with that.
That's what my grandson loves. He loves going through that.
Well, there's a new podcast.
There's a place I used to, before I moved to Toronto, I lived in a town called Burlington, and they had the car wash where it wasn't just like the car wash now where you go to the gas station and it takes like literally 2 minutes to go through. This one, it takes like literally 15 minutes to go through.
Right. That's what I go through.
And then what they do is you go to another area, and then you go into this area, and they got like 20 different people working that are going to clean the outside, clean the inside, clean everything. And you have to take everything out of your car. They give you this tub. It's on wheels. You take everything out of the car. You put everything in this tub. It goes down the line, and there's different people down the line doing different things. And it's like $34, and you've gotten an inside and outside wash, and your car looks brand new. They even clean the carpets. And
that should be a
incredible.
podcast. There's a podcast in that right there. Car wash podcast.
They had an old movie. I was just thinking about it. They're working at the car wash. You know, have you seen that movie, The Car Wash? They did the same base. That's old school stuff. I like that.
See, when you said about the movie, I was thinking Dodgeball when they did the car wash. You remember that?
Yeah. But they had an actual movie. It's called Car Wash. You even have a song that's Car Wash.
I forget who was in that. That's an old film.
It is. It's like the 70s.
That's late 70s. Yeah. Who was in that? There was somebody who was famous. It was in that movie, Car Wash. Can't recall who it was.
I just remember.
Definitely wasn't John Wayne.
No, definitely was not John Wayne.
No. He wouldn't hang.
Yeah, well, he'd be taking his horse through, you know.
You want me to check the oil? Go for it.
With his tail up, you know.
Oh, that's gonna bother me. That's gonna bother me if I don't look that up. Car wash. Car it says car wash near me. Car wash movie. That's gonna bother me.
That'd be a good podcast, don't you think? Every week, a different car wash. Someone just going around, just going to a different car wash.
Mine, it has a ceramic. They call it ceramic wax or something. It helps coat the car, but not just coat it, but it makes it that ceramic. It helps it even scrubs the wheels on that thing. They got brushes for the wheels and all. It puts wax on the wheels and it cleans the rims. And
I used to work for 2 different car washes.
Richard Pryor. Yeah, I just found it. Richard Pryor was in it. Richard Pryor was in it. That's I just found it now. It said Richard Pryor.
Maybe that would be a good fundraiser for Global Ghost Hunt FearFest. Just do a bunch of car washes.
Get Anthony out there without his shirt on, just let him rub all up on it.
Anthony's body, you, me. There we go. Yeah.
Guys
see all this.
Guys doing the girls driving and girls doing the guy driving.
I can't do that down here in Louisiana because I mean it is what it is. I mean it's your personal preference which one you want to drive through. Let's go that route.
There you go.
Guys,
well, no, I was just throwing it out there. You can do whatever you want to do.
Get in there all nice and deep, like boy.
In a Speedo. Matt volunteer. I don't think I'd want to see Matt in a Speedo. To be
Matt doesn't want to see Matt in a Speedo. But it's for the greater good,
like
damn it.
That's what I'd wear. I'd wear that
same
mankini.
What is that thing that came out? The brokini? Is that what it's called? The brokini?
There is a brokini. It's a tiny little one, yeah.
The brokini, I think it is.
And then there's a mankini, like what Borat was wearing.
The bro.
I'd wear that.
Bikini.
Careful.
Ane gave me that for a wedding present.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
Search carefully, Brian.
That's what I'm talking about. That's it.
There it is.
Now, see the mankini has 2.
It's too much on the it's too much on the hips. You got to put them over the shoulder.
Yeah, the brokini. I'd never heard of this until I think Jen and Nando were talking about it one day. Never ever heard of the brokini. Obviously not my clothing of choice.
You know Ane Shin, psychic that we have on this. Ane.
Yeah.
She officiated when Jackie and I got married. She was she officiated the wedding.
Nice.
For our wedding gift, to me, she got me this thing, and I swear to the Lord, I put it in the closet, still in the box, because I'm scared of it. It's a little cup that you put on, and it has this big fleur-de-lis design on the front of it. It's made out of brass, and that's it. The rest it's tied with a string to the back of your back and between your legs, and that's it. It's just this one little cup. I mean, if you wore a cup on your jockstrap, that's plenty. This is that has a lot of material. This don't got but just that little cup, and that's it.
I just had a really bad idea for your
But she bought that thing for me. I'm like, I'm scared of this thing. What you supposed to do with this? Drink some water out of it or something? I don't know.
I just had a really bad idea for FearFest. Mr. Paranormal. A Mr. Paranormal contest.
Yeah.
Get nipples up on stage.
This is a vision I'm not going to get rid of the rest of the night.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Howard's tassels.
You just see Scott.
Every so often that pops in my head. I don't know why.
There you go. I'm going to bring Brian. I will film that, dude. You come when you come. Me and you. I'm going to bring you to the nipple tassel store, and me and you are going to go shopping for nipple tassels.
I'll go. I'm going.
Oh, is there actually a store in New Orleans that sells tassels?
There's probably a store for everything down in New Orleans.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I've never been to New Orleans, so I'm looking forward to being there. And
you can get a wooden dick on a
right. Matter of fact, when you look at Jackson Square, you see there always that big picture. Everybody affiliates New Orleans with the cathedral, and you see Andrew Jackson on the horse. Well, if you go off to the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the cathedral, that's Pirates Alley. Okay. And that's where they pirates actually, that's the Mississippi River. So pirates would go in there, that's where they would drink their swill, whatever, and they make deals and stuff. And that's why I called it Pirates Alley. Well, anyway, it's a cobble street. So you're walking down a real cobble from the 1800s or whatever. So you actually getting that, there's that vibe there. But you walk down Pirates Alley and you take the first left, and that little store sitting on the corner, that's where they sell the nipple tassels. That's where we're going to be at.
I'm not sure if
and
I
then
like that word.
And then I go another block down, and I'll get you liquored up to Pat O'Brien's.
And you know,
it'll take about 2 drinks for me to get liquored up because I'm not a drinker. So,
and by the end of the day,
I'm a cheap date, Howard.
And by the end of the day, we could walk into the cathedral, get blessed, and get all our sins taken away. We all good.
You need a couple of hours. Clear your schedule, Padre.
That's funny. That's funny.
It'll be fun. It'll be a fun trip.
You know, it's going to be. I think it's going to be a real blast. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I get the opportunity to finally see New Orleans, which is great, and I'm looking forward to FearFest and meeting all kinds of different people, and it's going to be a lot of fun. It's too bad. Matt, you're not going to be there. You're going to be there the week before, but I'm sure you're going to have a lot of fun while you're down there with your spouse.
Well, and that's the thing too. Like it does.
Matt, you said there was a couple other people coming with you that's going to meet you.
Very possible. Very possible. I know Ken Allen was saying he might pop in.
Is he not too far from there?
He's
in Florida.
Yeah, he's in Florida. And then I know Patty said she might try to come in. Emmy might be coming in early.
Emmy said that.
I know George Shoplin just said he might try to come in early. But I don't know. I don't know who's all going to be there. And you know what? Either way, you guys know me. I'll be live if I can figure it out.
Well, I'm going to try to get down for your actual event.
Yeah.
Because I said I was going to. So I'm going to try to get down there since you're not going to be in New Orleans when I'm going to be there. So I told you I was going to try to get down there. So
that'd be great if you could. And everybody's still invited.
Well, I think it's only 4-hour drive for me.
Something like
5 hours, somewhere around there.
Well, let's see. You said you were what? 3 hours from?
I'm 2 hours.
Or 2 hours from
the border.
Where I was at in New York. You said you were 3 hours from there.
That was 3.5. I think it was 3 hours and
so I'm like 3 hours from there.
Okay.
So
we're looking at
5-6 hours.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad.
Well, no, like how far are you from New Jersey?
I'm 3 hours from everywhere.
Okay.
I'm literally 3. Like
okay, that makes sense. So it's about 6 hours from you.
It's weird. Like I'm not really in the middle of the state. I am, but I'm not. I'm like off to the east side. But it's 3.5 hours to Pittsburgh, 3 hours to Philly, 3 hours to New Jersey, and 3 hours to New York. Get that? I don't understand it. And then it takes me 3.5 hours to get to Fedora up in Warren, which is by Erie.
And you like the middle of the woods, aren't you?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, I live on the north. I live out in the swamp area, but I mean, I'm only 35 minutes from downtown New Orleans. I'm 1 hour away from Baton Rouge. I'm about 45 minutes away from the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. I can go actually gambling and do all what I want to do on the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. I mean, I'm about anywhere from 35 to 40, 35 to 55 minutes on the average from anything where I want to go that's well populated.
Mm-hmm.
Canada's Wonderland is literally 15-minute drive for me because I'm right off the main highway that goes basically from here to Montreal. So it's literally 15-minute drive for me. She's talking about Canada's Wonderland, the amusement park.
Well, that's something else. Like I was, who was I speaking with? Oh, Nando and Sarah. They were talking about, in PA where I'm at and everything like that. And I was showing them like where different things to do. Like there's Hershey Park. There's a free amusement resort here in town. It's the biggest free amusement resort on the East Coast with one of the biggest roller coasters. And I mean, there's stuff to do. There's stuff to do. You just need to know where to find it.
there's a lot to do here too. I mean, it depends on what you want to do too. I mean, if you like spaceships, you like the shuttles and the rocket engines. If you're into that thing, that's NASA.
Oh, okay.
NASA's 45 minutes away.
Boom, I'm happy. The big fireball.
Jen is in Ohio, is she not?
She's
I think so.
in. I don't think
Jen,
she's
are
from
you in Ohio?
I thought she was like Indiana.
Or maybe Indiana.
Wait a minute, hold on. Let's see.
Jen Jacobs?
She's 9 hours. Yeah, Indiana.
Indiana.
She's Indiana. She's 9 hours from me. And most of that is Ohio. Driving through Ohio.
Yeah, there you go. Oh,
Indiana, Chicago, Ohio, that's all merged together, right? I mean, it's all about the same, isn't it?
Damn Southerners.
I think I still am, but I'm going to be a speaker at the Ghostorama in June, and that's in Michigan.
Well, that's
with Dan Holroyd. He's running that. Yeah.
That's actually closer to Marcus and them, the hunters
from Minnesota. Because I was talking to Marcus about that. He said, "Well, you should come up to Minnesota."
Actually, there's another one is close by too. Is Mark Lee.
Oh, Mark
If I
Lee,
go up that far, if I leave Louisiana going up that far, the furthest I've been northwise is probably in the Midwest is Kansas. Tennessee is about the furthest on the East Coast that I've been up is Tennessee. Now, if I go any further than that, if I had to go pick a place to go visit, I want to go to Nova Scotia.
That'd be a good one.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Well, no, that's where a lot of French is. They have a lot of French.
Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia. Interesting choice. Nova Scotia is nothing but woods.
But it's also French. It's French.
Don't think there's a lot of French in Nova Scotia. Mm-hmm. They have their own language.
Yeah.
It's not French.
Sort of related to the Cajuns, because that's where a lot of we've traced where my family come from. There's a lot of I've got friends of mine on my Facebook page. Their last name are Petrie, same spelling, same pronunciation, same. But they're from France, just like we are. But we got the shit into the stick, and we landed in Louisiana. But they stayed in Nova Scotia, and there's a lot of Petrie up there, family, distant relatives.
I've been to Nova Scotia when I was. I've been to Nova Scotia. It's like a lot of woods, a lot of forests.
I'd be right at home then.
They have a lot of, they don't have a lot of choices when it comes to job. It's fishing or the military in Nova Scotia, or working in a bank. They don't have many other choices than that. Fishing is the big one.
Just flood out the backyard. I feel at home.
Right. Wait, Bill, you're in Northeast PA, Lakeville. Ooh.
But I've always wanted to go to Nova Scotia.
And that's right, Jen. Quebec is French. Quebec and Montreal, it's all French. And that's another story in itself.
Let's see.
They want to separate from Canada.
I'll see how
at
far
least Quebec does.
French Canadian.
Yeah, Quebec wants to separate from Canada. They wanted that for years and years and years. Yeah, they don't want to be a part of Canada. They want to be their own country. Their own country.
A country within a country.
Yeah, basically.
We had a little thing that happened here like that. It was called Texas. That happened in Texas.
Bill, I was in Tennessee last October.
Yeah, so right, you were.
Yeah,
you were. I just realized. I just saw.
What part of Tennessee was that?
Bill's only
Nashville.
I was on the other side of the state. I was in.
Yeah, I wasn't too far from Nashville.
No. Shit.
And actually, we did a couple of investigations there, and they were in Kentucky. The investigations we did Bobby's and we did Octagon Hall.
With all the crickets.
Yeah. So
I was on the other side. I was in Gatlinburg. I was in the mountains, Smoky Mountains, and all that. That was beautiful. I gotta say that it was beautiful up there.
I didn't know this. Bill Deal, right here in the chat. He's like literally an hour and a half from me. I didn't know you were by Lake Wallenpaupack. I do fishing. I go fishing up there. Huh.
Practically neighbors.
Basically,
Drive over to his house and borrow a cup of sugar.
That's pretty far for a fucking cup of sugar.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But I know exactly Lake Wallenpaupack. Okay, I do a lot of fishing out there.
How's the fishing up there in Toronto?
Good, real good.
You guys
Yeah,
get
there's
the
a lot
same
of
fresh,
there.
a lot of fresh water, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wouldn't fish in Lake Ontario
No.
unless you plan to fish and release. But if you're looking to catch and eat, I would never suggest that. But there's a lot of great places up here to
what's the
fish.
main
Yeah,
fish?
for sure.
Like what's the main, like pike? What would y'all fish for?
Well, you in Lake Ontario, you're gonna get salmon. You're gonna get bass,
steelhead.
You're gonna get a lot of bass. Salmon is pretty popular.
Kind of bass, striped bass. I mean, we down here we got the big mouth bass. I mean, these things are huge,
small bass, whatever they call the small.
I mean,
bass.
they like the small hit from 8 to 14 pounds.
No, you wouldn't get a bass like that big up here.
No, he gets a smallmouth and a couple of stripes, but that's really about
stripes
it.
for sure. Yeah, stripes for sure.
But no,
we don't have piranhas like you said earlier.
No,
we definitely do not have piranhas.
He gets a lot of steelheads and a lot of really big trout up that way.
Trout too, yeah.
And trust me, when they're running, that's some good fishing. Some damn good fishing. You want a good fight fish? Get a trout or a steelhead.
Want a good fight fish? Go out in the Gulf of Mexico and we hook you onto a marlin. A good 500-pound marlin.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you this much.
Just sitting there for 3 or 4 hours trying to get him in the boat.
I'm going to tell you this much. When you're catching the salmon, it's not like 3 pounds. You're talking like 20, 30, 40 pounds salmon.
Yep.
Like sounds like almost like a small tuna. You get a small blackfin tuna like that, that's a fight, man.
Well, I don't know a lot about fishing. I'm not really a fisherman, but I know there's a lot of good fishing, especially in Georgian Bay. There's a lot of good fishing. That's Wasaga Beach, which is a very popular beach out here. I wouldn't say Lake Simcoe. Lake Simcoe's, kind of greasy. There's a lot of good lakes out here. Lake Superior's good. Lake Superior gets some really, really good fishing out of Lake Superior.
Niagara River has some good fishing too.
Yeah,
you catch it during the right time of the year.
Y'all got catfish. Y'all got catfish.
Oh yeah, I do.
Y'all go noodling.
Y'all
noodle?
Catfish out here too.
Y'all noodle up there?
What's that?
You stick your hand in. You grab them by the gill.
Yeah, I know.
You go in there with a log. You just basically, you can't grab them down here with a gill. You got to stick it when you have a rope and you stick it in and force your hand into their mouth, and you actually have to force it through the gill and tie it, and you pull it out. And catfish get about anywhere. A small one's about 45 pounds.
That's
about. Really make some nice fillets out of that.
Now we get some small catfish and like some of the little channels. Like we get a couple of little channel cats that aren't that bad, but I mean, you get in some of the bigger rivers, like by my house, there's some big cat in there. The problem is getting to them. They don't hide it like they do down there, like underneath the logs and stuff. They don't do that here. They stick to the mud, and they will stay low. And when the river's down, you just dive right into a hole. You find yourself a hole, dive into it, and then you just basically go down, stick your hand down in. Once one grabs a hold of you, fit right through the gills and try to jump off the bottom of the hole you're in. And hopefully get back to the top.
Well, yeah. Or you can just do it the old way and just use a fishing pole.
I got so many things I got. I'm just planning out for Laverty. I'm just gonna bring a freaking. I'm gonna just film Laverty. That's all I'm gonna do. I mean, I'm gonna show him. I'm gonna let him dip his toes in the Mississippi River and see if we get a few little
nibbles.
Crabs.
It's a pre-pedicure.
Crayfish. Because crayfish is popular there.
Oh yeah. I'm talking about crayfish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
somebody didn't catch that
wild alligator.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say earlier Mississippi River because of the hurricane that
he did catch
Katrina that piranha are now in the Mississippi River? Yeah, I caught that.
Okay.
Let you dip
Yeah,
your
I caught
toes in
that.
there.
No, I don't
Look
think
at
I'm going to be dipping anything into
you
the
just sit on there,
Mississippi
put your
River.
feet in there. That's how you catch them. You put your feet in there, and then they come running. And when you get them with a cast net,
Are they that bad now?
they 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 are in like pods. They'll swim in pods. And I'm not
Yeah.
talking. You ever seen them little piranhas about? People think they're about the big as your palm. No, these are about the same size as like a small flounder. You know,
Wow.
they're big. These things are
Oh,
big, and they got
yeah. There's
nasty
another
freaking teeth, man.
there's another popular fish that you'll find in the smaller lakes here is sunfish.
Yeah, those things are just fucking annoying.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
good
I'm
bait.
gonna
Another
let you do all
popular one.
kind of stuff. I'm going
Well,
alligator
no, I'm not going
turtle.
to be dipping anything in the Mississippi
No,
River.
no,
I'm
that's
sorry.
just
I'll take a
that,
look at it and maybe take a picture, but I'm not dipping any toes or
and then
fingers or
I'll bring you. We'll
anything.
go pet some wild alligator.
Yeah,
I'll
again,
bring.
I'll pass on that. Especially what I saw a couple of weeks ago, that woman that got dragged into the water in Florida. I think it
We
was
had that
Florida, was
happen
it?
last year. We had that happen last year.
Was it Florida that happened? That woman that got dragged in, that 85-year-old woman, she was walking her dog along the water, and alligator came out and grabbed her and took her in.
Oh shit.
And you won't hear from her again either. That's it. She's gone.
No. Somebody tried to save her with a stick. I didn't really think that was going to work, but hey, at least she
You're
tried.
looking like Cartman on there when he beat the cat. No bad kitty, bad. That's
The
not gonna
dog got
happen.
away. The dog
Yeah,
got
well,
away, but she didn't get away.
The dog's probably like, finally.
yeah, no kidding, huh?
That was sad.
No, but I mean, there's a lot of things.
That video was going all over TikTok. Not of actually her being dragged in. It was before, and I don't know why somebody was filming her walking along, in the first place. But somebody was filming her walking along, and then minutes later she got attacked.
Well, someone asked, Jen asked, let's see, can you pet a baby alligator? Yeah, you can actually bring one home with you if you want.
Don't
And
tell
that's
me
what a
I
lot
can't
of
see
people
that.
Again,
did.
no, thank you.
People do that. Actually, you used to do that up north, and that's how you got that old saying with that old wise that old myth where alligators growing in the sewer because people would get alligators home and flush them down the toilet, and they would go into the sewers and live in the sewers and stuff like that. That's
Oh,
what
wow.
that's from. People will buy these little pet alligators and bring them home with them. But no, I mean, matter of fact, not too far, about 15, 20 minutes away from me is Mr. Bruce Mitchell. Uh, he owns Alligator Farm, and they just do the alligator meat. They raise them and they slaughter them and they make the alligator meat. And Bruce Mitchell, if you're familiar with the show Swamp People, he was on that show Swamp People.
Okay.
Bruce Mitchell was the guy with the overalls with his dog in the boat, and that's Bruce. And then you have Elizabeth Cavalier, who lives on the other side of the state. Troy Landy lives about an hour away from me. Have Troy. I mean, everybody who lives from Swamp People are about an hour commute from my house. I know them all.
Well, I think at one point in all our lives, we've pictured how we're going to die. I don't think she probably pictured she was going to die by an alligator. It's like, what a terrible way to go.
It is. That's a horrible way because what they do is they actually take you. They don't kill you with their jaws. Now they have a good grip. Don't get me wrong. Once they bite down, they on you. You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
But what they do is they drag you into the water and they drown you.
Yeah.
And they call it a death roll, and they just keep rolling until you drown. Now, what they do with your body or anything that they do that to, they drown. They stuff you underneath a log, or they'll stuff you somewhere where you start rotting. So your meat tenderizes, it gets mushier, and they can actually tear the meat away from the bone, and that's how they eat you.
Well, I think they caught that alligator and they killed it. That did what it did to her.
They still probably never found her though.
Terrible.
I wouldn't assume.
Terrible way to go. Anyhow.
Then you got shark. You ever ate shark?
Yep.
Shark is good.
Yeah.
I
I was in the quite a few years back. I went to the Bahamas, and there was a restaurant right along the water, and at 5 o'clock they would ring a bell and all the shark would come and people could feed the sharks, and they were mostly baby sharks. but nothing overly big. But yeah, they just ring this bell and the sharks would
Crazy,
come.
huh?
It's
Do that with
crazy.
catfish. You know, if you farm raise catfish, I've seen catfish farms where they feed them dog food. You know, they just take sacks of dog food out there and they just throw them in cups. And they just throw out there and they just basically they do the same thing, ring a bell or they beat the water or whatever triggers them, and you just start throwing dog food. And it's like you see thousands of these freaking big ass catfish just up there, and they just open their mouths up and you just throw dog food out there and they just eat the dog food right off the top of the water like that.
See, we use chicken livers out here. That's how you fish.
This is farm raised. I mean, they raise them.
Yeah.
They raise them on these farms, and they of course that's how you get your catfish fillets at this grocery store and stuff like that. You know,
interesting.
That's what they do here. I mean, it's like with crawfish. I think Jen said crawdads up here. You get your crawfish actually from two. You get when you're raising crawfish, you're doing two things when you're raising crawfish. One, you're harvesting the crawfish for seafood, but you're also growing rice. So there's a lot of rice. That's one of the biggest producers of rice down here.
Oh, really?
Sugar cane, pure sugar. We do a lot of that. Molasses. I mean, sugar cane syrup. That's real good. Real sugar cane syrup is really good.
Maple syrup is pretty good, and that's what we're known for.
I got a maple tree.
I love maple.
I have
syrup.
a maple tree.
Yeah.
I got a thing where I go out there and plug it.
Oh, do you?
And, yeah.
Cool.
We got
occasion, a bunch. You got to learn all that stuff. You know.
I didn't. And Jen's right. She's going. Oh wow, I didn't know about the rice either. Did I? That's pretty cool.
And there's something else that the LSU is actually doing, and they actually branched it out, and they have their first place that they're actually doing. It's not limited to Japan no more. It's sake, because that's rice wine. And since we're known as growing all our rice here, they have actually now they opening up sake restaurants where you can go in and drink hot sake, different flavors of sake. If you're in the sake, you can actually drink sake here, and it was everything made here in Louisiana. I mean, they branched out so much with so many things here in Louisiana. I mean, there's a lot of entrepreneurism. I mean, that I got to give them that. They do all kind of things here. So I mean, I'm not patting them on the back or anything, but there's a lot to offer here, and I mean, there's a lot to see and a lot to do.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to it. So,
oh yeah,
I was looking at flights. I was looking at flights today, actually. So, yeah, so they're pretty cheap flights. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be different.
I hope so. We're going to have fun. We're going to have fun because there's going to be a lot of people there. I mean, there's going to be a lot of, like I said, we're going to be promoting the heck out of this thing. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm planning on blanketing the whole 3-state area. So we're going to try to get as many people. And then you get the haunted cemeteries, period. Old style above ground cemetery plots and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. We're known for that. I mean, if you ever seen Marie Laveau, she's not buried there. She used to be buried. Marie Laveau's the queen of voodoo. She used to be buried there. They moved her body because the tourists kept coming in, and it was just too much for them. So they moved the body, but it's almost like a monument. That's all it is now. But the grave site is still there where she was buried, but she's not there no more.
Who are you bringing in for because I heard you talking about it earlier as well. Who are you bringing in for the showing people how voodoo is done? Who are you bringing in for that?
That's going to be Mamba Brandy Kelly.
Okay.
She is not a voodoo priestess. She's a mambo.
Okay.
That's like high end. She's been studying voodoo. She's a white woman, but a lot of people that she has a mentor type thing, and that's that's all Haitians that moved it. That have that Haitian trait that actually was slaves here at one time or something, that has that connection with Haiti, and it has that relationship with what voodoo really is. And it's been usually voodoo is it's passed on. It's not something you learn, but this is something she was taught when she was a young girl, and she just kept up with it. And then she has an actual practice where she teaches others the voodoo religion and voodoo and hoodoo, and and that's what she does. And that's her shop is, like I said, is Voodoo Authentica. You can see that place there, and then, like I said, anything for your paranormal needs, like for your cleansing items and stuff, she has it. I mean,
That's
camphor, sage, anything that you have that you need, it's there, and it's reasonably priced. It's not nothing that you find the stuff that you find online, like you want some sage, and they want $15 for a stick. I mean, she might sell 3 for 15 or something like that. It's the real stuff, though. Voodoo dolls. It's not that stuff you go to the store, like a gas station. Oh, look, they said it's a voodoo doll. No, this is real voodoo dolls. They can actually make voodoo dolls there. They can make homemade gree bags there. They can do anything that has to do with a voodoo religion or voodoo practice. They can do it there. But yeah, I've seen one ceremony, and to be honest with you, Brian, what I find so fascinating, it's a beautiful religion, believe it or not, is the artwork, and to them it's not it's part of their ceremony, but to me it's art. They take cornmeal because that's what it was back in the day. That's what they had, cornmeal, and they take cornmeal and they make these elaborate designs all over the ground, and it all represents something. It all has something to do with something, and that's what they basically practice on. Now there is some things that they do that like they don't blood sacrifices. That's for extreme measures and stuff like that, for real extreme things. But usually it's a lot of channeling the voodoo, the spirits of Papa Legba and stuff like that. That they channeling for help, and they use it. Now they use. I mean, back then they used to where they had to use apostles, different apostles for different to actually represent different gods, different voodoo gods. It's because they didn't have anything back when they're slave days. They only had, because it's mainly Catholic down here. So they had to use those Catholic, apostles, deities, in order to represent each person, each voodoo god. So that's what you'll see a lot of that stuff. And then there's different things. I mean, depending on what you want, they got it. I mean, you can walk in their store, and you can't get rid of that smell that permeates all the herbs and stuff that they have in their spices and herbs and things that they get shipped from Haiti in there, and you could just smell it, and it smells so good. I mean, I smell my gree bag all the time because it's just what they put in it, and it smells. I mean, you'll be blown away. You will be blown away.
Yeah, that's cool. I think that's something a lot of people are going to definitely be interested in, for sure.
And just like the streets in New Orleans, a lot of streets you walk through the city of New Orleans, they're cobbled. It's the original streets that back in the 1800s, you're going to be walking on those streets. And so happens that's on Domain Street, where the voodoo shop is at. And that street, they'll say city of New Orleans, like the Laurie Mansion. Ooh, that was a big map. Yeah, it is. It's something terrible. It's something that's really haunted. It's something that's there. But it's not the places, it's not the locations, it's not the houses. What's haunted is the streets of New Orleans, because that's where the murders happen. That's where all the tragedies happen. We had major cholera outbreaks, and we had different types of yellow fever outbreaks. People were dying by the thousands. If you look up the history of Louisiana, and they didn't have nowhere to put these people. They didn't. So they would stack them in the middle of the street like hardwood. They just stack them up, and they would move them out on barges because the river was right there, and bring them to other, the country, and make these massive grave sites and bury these people out in these massive grave sites. But you have all that energy from all these people dying there in the streets. So you can that's why it feels so thick. The atmospheres feel so thick, with the electricity from you can feel death. You can feel spirit. You'll see once you get here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
I'm
It's gonna be
I'm
interesting.
excited.
And that's not. I mean, I'm just not just saying that. You ask anybody that you can ask Chrissy, you can ask Anne, you can ask Tim and Crystal Kohler. They came down here from Indiana, never been here before. Brought them in there. They were blown away until I gave them a po' boy. And then they went crazy on the po' boy. You ever seen Al Bundy when he was sitting down there and he was playing that sandwich and thought it was a harmonica?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they were doing. They could put that po'
Hey,
boy down. That thing's a good.
po' boys
They're
are good.
They're addictive, man. You
Mm-hmm.
go want a po' boy every 5 minutes once you get that first one in you.
Mm-hmm.
They got different kinds of po' boy. I mean, it is what it is. It's the culture, and it's not just one culture. It's a multitude of cultures. It's like 5 cultures mixed into one. It's like we have French Italian cuisine. It is. It's
Yeah.
a French Italian cuisine. And then you don't see it's here in the walls. We have German and Irish mixes, and stuff like that. Here in New Orleans, there's 2 cemeteries, Irish, and I told that to Jenny. And Jenny looked it up, and she was fascinated with it because of all the Irish sculptures and crosses and stuff. She was so fascinated with it. The 2 Irish cemeteries that we had here. We had so many Irish people that died here because the Irish was actually, instead of using slaves, they would hire Irish because Irish was cheap labor.
Mm-hmm.
Slavery, you paid a lot of money for a slave. So they wouldn't use their slaves. They would just hire Irish. And then you would have the yellow fever outbreaks from the mosquitoes and everything. And they were killing thousands of Irish people a day. I mean, they would just kept coming. And of course, at that time, I believe it was like the potato famines and stuff like that. And they would just come into the United States and they would just put them to work. They would take anything, any type of job to work to make money. And they would dig these huge canals and by hand. And then you can actually, they're like rivers now. I mean, that's how big these things were. And they could float boats and stuff in there and these different channels and stuff. But they would dig these by hand with shovels. It's like digging up the Panama Channel by hand. I believe that was done that way. They dug it by hand. So this is what they would do here. And that's how the Irish has a big influence here. We just did St. Patrick's Day. And it was rainy, it was cold weather here. And they kept on with their parade. And here in Louisiana, it's not like a typical Irish day here. Like they just drink green beer and green tea and stuff. Oh, they did that too. But they have floats. They have the Mardi Gras style floats, and they would throw, besides beads and stuff. Matter of fact, here's one. My sister-in-law brought this to me.
Oh, that's cool.
Very fitting.
But yeah, she thought it was cool. That's why she gave it to me. But they throw not just beads and stuff like that in doubloons, but in cups. But they would throw heads of cabbage, big huge heads of cabbage. They would throw down to you, and carrots and potatoes and stuff. And you can go home and make you a cabbage, soup, cabbage stew, just boiled cabbage, whatever, how you want to cook your cabbage. You're an Irishman that day. You're an Irishman that week. Germans, Oktoberfest. You come in right at the end of Oktoberfest. And of course, you're going to get beer. I mean, there's a lot of beer for German Oktoberfest. Different styles of German beers and stuff like that here. And then, of course, you got your Bratwurst and all that stuff, and your Schnitzelkugel, whatever they call them, and your sauerkrauts and all that stuff. And see, you're German. Even though you're French or whatever, American or Canadian or whatever you might be, that week, whenever you're here, when they're doing that celebration, you are that what it is at that time. We have Italian Fest during the summer months, spring and summer. Louisiana constantly every month has some type of festival. We celebrate everything. We have Seafood Fest, Crab Fest. We have Strawberry Fest because we grow strawberries here. A lot of strawberries. And I love Strawberry Fest because you can get fresh strawberry jams, you can get fresh preserves, you can get anything made with a strawberry wine, all kinds of anything made with a strawberry, you can get it here. And it's great. And I mean, we get it in abundance. Like if you go to the grocery store and you buy a pint of strawberries, you might pay like $6 for that little pint of strawberries.
Yeah.
We pay $12 and we get a flat. we get a huge crate of strawberries for $12. I mean,
wow.
we make strawberry upside down cakes, strawberry, you name it. We make anything with that strawberry season. And then they Oyster Festival, they have Oyster Fest, and they have anything to celebrate something that they always some kind of celebration here. Jazz Fest. Jazz Fest is a big thing that we do now.
Yeah.
And we've had big names here. We have Ozfest here. We have Jazz Fest. All the big names you see that play music come down to New Orleans. We have Fleetwood Mac. Stevie Nicks was up on stage. I mean, I was like, damn, she still looks good. I
There
mean,
you
I
go.
was surprised. I mean, the woman looked good. I mean, she still was singing that, man. Look, yeah, I'm into it. I mean, yeah, I love Stevie Nicks. I mean, but yeah, that's what New Orleans and Louisiana is about. It is what it is. I mean, we like to party with everything. Mardi Gras. We start in January, and the freaking Mardi Gras day is not until March, February, March sometimes, you know.
I think it's what I looked at it today. It actually starts, I think, February 21st.
That was Mardi Gras day.
Yeah.
It's Fat Tuesday.
Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we start January 1st. You have
New Year's
that's
Eve. Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay.
And the first day, January 1st, is New Year's Day. It's the new year, plus it's the beginning of Mardi Gras. And that's when you get your first king cake. Oh, and that's delicious. I mean, and then that's where the Italians come in. Italian bakeries. Oh, they know how to bake. Man, look, you gain about 50 pounds just walking past their store window. You ain't even got to eat. You just smell it and you just gain weight. I mean, that's good pastries,
that might
man.
be
Great
dangerous
pastry.
for me.
You just want to pull up a seat and just bring me what you got, and we'll start there. You know,
I do that now. So
that's who made my cakes. It was a Randazzo's. It was that's an Italian bakery, and everybody loved that cake. I mean, it was great. It was the bride's cake was actually made like the bridal cake was made like it was white with purple trim because we had a paranormal theme, and it had spider webs all over it. And of course, you've seen the spiders and stuff. And then they had these orchids, and inside the orchids were eyeballs. And then, of course, on top they had a skeleton, the bride and the groom on top of it. And then, of course, me being the water boy, the groom's cake, because you have to have a groom's cake with the bride's cake. Mm-hmm. It was me with my face in the toilet, and that was made with a devil's food cake with it was a light chocolate trimmed with purple trim, and the whole thing was once you touch it, it looked like poop was on your finger. So, I mean, that's what they went with.
Not surprised.
So that was the groom's cake. So I mean, people would eat. I mean, I ate cake like galore. I mean, and I was diabetic, so I think that's what really messed me up. But that was some sweet cake, man. People love that cake. But that's cool. It was fun. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. That's what they have to offer here. So, yeah, I have photos. I can put them up. Matter of fact, you even got a thing of the wedding, video of the wedding that we did. But it was a fun wedding. It was a fun. We had Ghostbusters there.
Well, that's cool.
You ever seen? Well, of course, you've probably seen Ghostbusters 2 with the Ecto 1. With the signs on it and everything. And yeah, we had Ecto 1 there. It had congratulations, Jackie and Howard on it. It was on that little higher board, whatever it had on the side of it. And it had the same horn. It looked just like Ecto 1. We got to ride in it. They drove us around in it and everything. Yeah, it was fun. But, yeah, it was something.
Like a blast.
It was a fun wedding. It was a fun wedding. I've seen a lot of things I shouldn't have seen that weekend, but and I wasn't even celebrating. I mean, I was cooking. It's just the women in the paranormal field are crazy. I'm gonna tell you, they're crazy. They like to party. They like to party. You just leave them alone.
That's good. Well, I'm gonna go down, guys. I enjoyed this, and
appreciate it.
And Matt, we were supposed to get on a call today. I didn't forget. I just got busy doing other things.
That's all right.
So,
I don't go into work tomorrow until 3. So
yeah,
I'm gonna meet up
I'm
tomorrow.
heading up. Well, because I'm trying to move, right? So
Yeah.
I'm
You moving?
going up and I'm moving. I'm moving probably
Hey, Tim.
about probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours north from here, from Toronto, and I'm moving to possibly Wasaga Beach. So literally, I'll be steps away from a beach, and which is
But
great.
you live in Canada. But you live in Canada. It's always
Exactly.
cold up there. It's
So
cold.
I get 3 months of the beach, and the rest of the time it's cold or spring. But I'm thinking about moving up in that area, and so I'm looking at 2 places tomorrow. So another day, we could talk tomorrow. I'll message you tomorrow, and we can talk
You
about
can
another
always
day.
you can always
So
make
I
an
have
ice
my-
shack. You can
I have
always
my
make an ice shack
schedule.
and put it out there. You know how they put them with skids without.
well, they do ice
freezer.
fishing out there too, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Cut yourself a hole in the middle of the ice.
yeah.
There's Tim. There's Tim Kohler right there. And Tim never. He was
What's up,
here
Tim?
when he was in the service. But Tim, I was telling him about when I got you that po' boy. When you ate that po' boy down here, you and Crystal. And Crystal was she wasn't sure about this. I brought them. They said they wanted breakfast, so I brought them to the beignet shop, and they got them an order of beignets. And there was 3 beignets that come to an order, and they got a cup of coffee. I just got me a cup of coffee. I know. Oh, there he is. Oh yeah, baby. He knows that po' boy. And Tim would start to eat his beignet, and Crystal took a bite of hers, and she ate both of them. She just didn't even. As a matter of fact, they took beignets with them going back to Indiana. So, she's a beignet freak now. I mean, the food is awesome. I mean, you're gonna enjoy the food. If anything else, you will.
I'm going to experience that a lot. So plan to go to a lot
weight.
of different places, and while I'm there, so
Yeah.
obviously not during the day, but
yeah, that's fine
at nighttime. So one question I did want to ask you was the nightlife on the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Is it?
What you want to do?
Good or? Well, I definitely want to check out some. Obviously, I'm definitely going to check out some restaurants, but I'm definitely interested in going to the restaurants where they have like jazz going on and stuff like that, and music going on. Is that any of that stuff happening while we're there?
24/7.
Yeah,
what do you
so
want
that's
to do?
what I really want to check out. I want to go to some restaurants and check out, some of the jazz bands and stuff like that. And
you want a show with the jazz band? Do you want a non-show with the jazz band? Do you want something legal? Do you want something illegal?
Preferably legal. Preferably legal. I don't know what the illegal would be about. That's interesting.
We call it legal here, but I mean, some people call it illegal.
So when you say something illegal, what is that referring to?
There you go. That's what he's just telling you right there. Just don't go down St. Anne. St. Anne. The St. Anne. Just don't go down St.
What's
you
down
can.
St. Anne?
Okay. We have what they call Decadence Festival every year. Okay. And you ever seen Gay Pride Parade in San Francisco?
No, but I've seen it in Toronto.
Okay. You seen it on? Okay. It's wimp. That's nothing. I'm talking about these guys walking with assless chaps asses hanging out of it, and they got dog collars and
listen, when you come to one in Toronto, they're walking down the street nude.
Well, yeah, look, you have been to a dog park, and you got one dog that sees the other dog, and they say and they just kind of like mount each other.
Yeah, that's what happens in Toronto too.
But that happens in New Orleans.
Yeah,
in the middle of the street, you have to have fire.
So let's go back to the illegal bar thing with the, let's get away from that.
It comes down to this. It comes down to this. Do you want to go to church in the morning or not? That's what. Do you want to go to church in the morning or not? That's what it comes down to.
You want to burn in hell? No.
Hey,
they do have some good jazz bands and stuff like that on the weekends and stuff like that. Fridays.
Wait a minute.
They do have some good restaurants. Muriel's is great. You have matter of fact, that's who's what's the name of the freaking restaurant? It's can't think of it. I can't think of it. That's who's doing one of the biggest restaurants that's in New Orleans in that area, Kenner area. That's who's catering this thing. That's who's doing all the stuff for the concessions and everything. So you'll be able to get some good gumbo there, some jambalaya, whatever you want. You can get the alligator. I could bring you to. It depends on what you want, as in what kind of food you want. What do you want? What kind of atmosphere you want? You're looking for a high end, the way you're paying about $120 a plate for food, or you're looking for a low end, like where us normal people go to. You know, if you're going, like for me, if I'm going to a nice restaurant with Jackie, I'm looking to pay about $40-50 for a meal. And that it's a really good food, and you got real good ambiance and some music. But a lot of the jazz, matter of fact, Tim could tell you that too. Just head to O'Brien's, Pat O'Brien's. You can go there during the daytime, and they got jazz playing in the streets. You can just sit there and listen to jazz bands all day long.
That's cool. Yeah, that's what I want to experience. I want to experience I want to experience the culture. It just doesn't matter where I'm going. It's just I can.
It's a French
if I walk
culture.
by a restaurant, if I walk by a restaurant, I'm going to go in there and try it. And so we're only there for what 4 days. So I definitely
just bring a lot of money. I guess bring your pocketbook and bring something that so you get you. I don't know how your stomach is. Some of this food, some of it might be. It's not bland. It's well seasoned stuff. So you're going to be eating food that's you're going to be eating some well seasoned food.
And that's good.
It's a lot of spices.
Well, we got a lot to talk about over the next several months. Yeah. So I will do some research myself and look at some different places and check out. But I'm definitely going to experience what I can experience in 4 days, along with the FearFest. So
and then what you're going to experience with Howard, because Howard's going to put you through.
Well, you know what? That's what I'm a little afraid of, to be honest. I'm a little.
I'm gonna treat you like a local. I'm gonna treat you like a local. I mean, you're gonna be
bring a good plunger. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, bring a good plunger. Yeah. Because it's spicy. It depends on how spicy you like your food.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind spicy at all.
He can be well seasoned and you still enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't mind spicy. That. I don't mind.
But I would recommend. I would recommend eat with. Don't. You're looking.
Am I bringing? Am I bringing Pepto-Bismol? That's all I got. Yeah, that's all I need to know.
I would bring some Tums, some Pepto and stuff, because I don't know how well you can handle the food. It depends on how you want to spend your money, or how you conserving yourself, or whatever. Yeah. But a lot of the local restaurants where, like I said, locals will eat. It's great food. They don't have the jazz band. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for the jazz. You're paying for that ambiance. This here is great food. It's great atmosphere. You're not. It's like family oriented type places where you can go in there. And you can bring your wife and kids in there, and then you can also go in there as a single couple. Or,
don't have either. But I have kids, whatever. But he won't be coming with me. So
why not? We're dog friendly.
Well, I could bring my son. I guess I could bring my son, but I don't know if he'd want to come or not. So.
You got City Park you can run through if he wants to go through City Park.
Yeah, that's cool.
I wouldn't bring him by any water,
Yeah, well, apparently water's not a good area to go to in New Orleans by the sounds of it.
No, water's not. I mean, yeah, I go swimming in there. I mean, you gotta look. You gotta know the signs of what to look for. I mean, you learn that when you ever see you're born and bred here. But there's a lot of things you can. A lot of places, great places you can. A Quarter Two Sisters is really nice. You got that's high end. You got like I said, Muriel's. You have which matter of fact, Muriel's is haunted, by the way, also.
Oh, cool.
There's one
I'll
table
have my phone going. I'll bring in a little stand and just turn it around every so often.
One table that they have actually roped off that you cannot eat there because the spirit sits down there. You sit at that table, stuff happens. I mean, not for the best of it either.
Oh,
but you can always smell cigars smoke. There's no smoking in these places, but you can always. Back then, you could smoke cigars and stuff in the restaurant, and you can always smell cigars and stuff burning in that corner. And it's weird. In a lot of hotels that you'll be staying at, depending on where let me know where you're gonna be staying at. I could look up the history because a lot of places in the French Quarter are haunted.
Well, you said I was going to be staying at that hotel that you have booked.
Yeah, that's right. You're gonna be staying at the Hilton.
Yeah.
You'll be staying at.
What is it? The Hilton?
No, that's not haunted.
What's the hotel called?
Hilton Gardens.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Jen said, I was on the phone with Jen earlier today, and she saw Maximus, my dog, and
I did too.
yeah, I'm assuming her daughter would love to take care of Maximus while I'm away,
Speaking of
and I
Jen,
won't get him back.
speaking of Jen, she made a comment earlier when you guys were talking about the pride areas. We'll just make it nice. In New Orleans, and you were describing it, and she said furries. Hey, I take offense to that. I don't know if you guys know this, but Mackenzie and I are furries.
What is that?
That's when you dress up as a animal. You can dress up anything.
Hold on now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it can get kinky.
I'm learning something new about Matt.
It's kinky. It can get kinky.
Furries.
I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue. And this is Mackenzie's. I need a new pair, but this is hers.
So, shall I ask? What do you do with that?
We're a community that basically it does multiple things. Think of mascots. We go out. There's conventions. There's groups. There's public events.
That's the best way to put it.
Yeah, we go out and we basically people can act like they want to, like they can be themselves. There's a lot of family friendly, the things. There is that, but like the conventions we go to, it is family friendly. Like there are kids there. There are families that come to these things, but what I really love about it is there's a lot of people like Mackenzie. She's an introvert. She's got social anxiety. She doesn't like do big crowds. When she has, her persona, as it's called, is his name is Blue. When she's got Blue on, she can act however she wants, and it gives
she's free to express herself.
Exactly. So a lot of people are like that, and I made my own suit. I have a full suit. The only thing I don't have is footballs yet, but I mean, like I have kind of the same thing.
Stay away from the furry piles.
Don't
get into a furry pile. You want that.
But no, like stuff like that. There's a lot of.
I don't even know how to react to this, to be honest.
That's it. It is a community.
It's cool, and they're great. They're some of the greatest people. Just like
something I learned new about you today.
Yeah, actually,
interesting.
Wait a minute, hold on. I think is this hers or mine?
Very interesting.
So now you're going to be a furry?
No.
I thought I had.
That was a quick answer. Hey, Chantel.
I thought I had one of my tails down here, but no, that's hers.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All power to you, buddy. If you
enjoy
it, that's all that matters.
I do. It's just hot as fuck.
There's a new vodcast right there.
Actually, you know
at
what?
a convention center. Is there one coming up?
There's one in July. The one we go to. It's called Anthrocon. It's in Pittsburgh. Literally, Pittsburgh caters to us. Like the furry community brings millions of dollars to Pittsburgh for one weekend.
Wow.
And it's great. It's a lot of fun, and they've got a lot of really great artists. They've got a lot of good. There's a lot of money in it.
Yeah, they have one here now. Knowing what that is, or what you guys were talking about, they have it here. They have it at the Toronto Convention Center every year.
Yep, I actually have my suit upstairs. Well, the body part of it is up in the closet.
That's cool, man.
We enjoy it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, exactly, Jen. Exactly. Anyways, guys, I'm going to go down. Thank you very much for inviting me, Howard. It was nice talking to you both.
I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. Whoever's seen this tonight knows that we're still working together. There's no, nothing's changed. That we're still just like we are. Matter of fact, we're looking to grow more. If anything, trying to expand this thing.
I'm going to start reaching out to some more shows and see if they're interested. I'm definitely going to reach out to that. I think it would be good. The fishing show that I know. I follow him on YouTube, even though I don't know a lot about fishing. I still follow him, and because they got a great podcast.
You have
And
me looking on Amazon right now, by the way. Thank you. I'm looking at Amazon making a wish list of fishing gear.
oh, there you go.
I
There you
mean, I
go.
can't wait to go fishing. I'll be honest with you. I've missed it so much, and everybody's
Same.
asking me, "Oh, everything." I talked to Chrissy tonight. Everything's gonna work out fine. Everything. It will be fine October 30th.
Yes, and
That's
that's
when
what
this
I
whole
said.
thing's over.
Yeah, and I said the exact same thing about Global Ghost on May 15th. I'll be fine.
You'll be all right.
But
Till
the
then,
problem is 2 or 3 weeks later, we start out for October.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. After this,
So
we start up for next year because
there you
this is
go.
going to be the first annual, and we're going to do this.
Yeah.
We're going to try to do this every year in New Orleans because, like I said, New Orleans is a lot of people's paranormal hot. It's on their
Well,
bucket.
if you're going to do it around that date every year, I think somehow Global Ghost Hunt and Parafest have to combine somehow. Because I know we're with Tombstone in May, and they're starting on the 5th, I believe. And yeah, they're doing the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th. So we're part of that. And we're going to be filming all day. It's going to be live all day on the Saturday on the 6th. So I think we need to do something for FearFest and Global Ghost Hunt. Maybe getting somebody out there to, well, I'm already going to be there. So maybe getting somebody to film the one of those days, just film the Saturday, and get it on the live streaming through Global Ghost Hunt. I think it might be something we need to talk about. At
Again,
least
they
it's going to get out there.
from Huntington, Indiana. Asking where my friends are from.
Okay.
They're all over the place in Indiana. I got Scott. I don't know where Scott's from. They're all over the place in Indiana. Yeah. I think they'll call it a night. We've been on here for 3 hours and 31 minutes. And I think, what you think, Matt?
I'm going to say goodnight.
Well, I appreciate it for coming on, Brian. And once again,
Brian,
I'd like to say that
Brian will GGH be the same dates. Yeah, because the date in October is the 19th to the 29th.
Mm-hmm.
And the FearFest is the 27th, 28th, and 29th. Yeah.
Yeah, we set up the 26th.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the Thursday. Is that the Wednesday or Thursday? That's the Thursday. Yeah, that's the Thursday.
Oh, she means annually every year.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Same dates every year. Yeah. I'm going to take off though, Howard. I'm going to take off. Okay, I guess I'm not. Okay. So. Oh, he waved goodbye.
Yeah.
No, I won't leave you by yourself until he comes up. So.
Well, I could see we're talking about fishing. I can bring up my Amazon list right now.
There you go.
But no, I'm actually excited for both, and I think
And to answer your question, Jen, yes, it's going to be the same dates every year.
And I'm excited. I'm excited about all this, about FearFest, about Global Ghost Hunt, and like I said, I just think that both events are going to grow a lot.
Yeah, I think so too, and it's nice to see that the teams are starting to join for October.
Yeah,
which is great, and I think once everybody sees what we're doing for the first one, I think that's going to be very, very enticing to join the second one, and it's going to be a lot of fun. But again, it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of work.
it is.
It's been a year in the making.
And I don't think people understand, like, just like with these podcasts, how much work these events take. I mean, look at, what we did for Women Investigate too, the show.
Yeah.
That was a lot of work. Now this is something that's going to be running 20 days in this year, 2 10-day events, and there's just so much, but I fully believe by the end of it, I think we'll all look back and go, it's worth it. It's worth the headaches. It's worth the long nights. It's worth, all this.
Yeah, I do. And I want to put it out there. And if people can go over to the Global Ghost Hunt page and share this out, if you could, we have a location called the Oxana. that was supposed to have a team. They did have a team. Unfortunately, the team had to drop out, so they don't have a team. Now, I saw a message up. I saw a posting up yesterday that the guy that owns it is looking like he's going to have to shut it down because he's not getting the people to his location, and he just can't afford to keep it open, and which is really, really unfortunate. So if people could go over to the Global Ghost Hunt page and share out the Oksana location and even the post, because this place is a gorgeous place, and it's just not getting the recognition it deserves. And that's why we did the Global Ghost Hunt, is to get these places that are not very well known and get people in there, and to have their location go live on during those 10 days. And if people see it and they think it's really cool, then they'll call in and they'll book. But unfortunately, we haven't found a team for them yet.
Yeah.
And it's in the Alabama area. And if you're in the Alabama area or surrounding area, and if you're interested, give us a call. We'll message us, sorry, and we'll give you more information. We have an enticing thing for you to join, which would get you out there to investigate. So if you're interested and you don't have a place and you live in that area, well, there's a place. And as far as I know, they're not going to charge for this night, but they're hoping that it's going to help them grow, so the guy doesn't have to sell the place. He doesn't have to
Spread the
get rid
word
of
at
the place.
least. I mean, that's a good idea to
Yeah.
actually help spread the
So,
word about
so if you go over to the Facebook Global Ghost Hunt page, share that posting that I made yesterday. I think if you could share that out, and then share out their video, and maybe add a note saying if there's any teams in the Alabama area or surrounding area, if you want to investigate this place, it's open for the Global Ghost Hunt.
Yeah.
And we'll get a team in there and investigate that place and hopefully save that place, because it shouldn't be torn down, and it's a gorgeous place. It looks amazing.
It is.
And if I was able to do it, I would fly out there and do it myself. But unfortunately, I can't. So I really, really want to get this place filled. So if you guys can share it out, and so we can get this place filled, and hopefully that will bring them some business, because like I said earlier, the reason we're doing this is the preservation of these haunted locations that need to stay for future paranormal investigators.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, these places are disappearing left, right, and center. And
that's sad.
it is sad. And hopefully with some of the places that we have with the Global Ghost Hunt, we have some famous places like Penhurst and the Hinsdale House and stuff like that is going to be up there. But we have, the Victorian View.
I'm on that page. I'm on y'all page right now.
Yeah, the Victorian View looks like an amazing place.
Yep.
And that's going to be investigated by the Minnesota Spirit Hunters. And then we have, I'd never heard of this place, the Bullion. And then the one that Jen's doing, the Collingwood Arts Center. That is going to be amazing. And, there's a lot of great locations that are going to be investigated. And hopefully when people see these investigations and these investigators, people are going to call up these businesses and say they want to book. We want to book your location. And hopefully we can fill up these locations all year round. So they can stay open. But anyhow, other than that, I'm going to go down. You guys can do what you need to do to say your goodbyes, and I want to say thank you. And
thank you, Brian.
We'll talk soon. Okay, guys. Okay, Matt.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, see you, bro.
Thanks, guys. Ciao. Bye.
Thank you.
And then there was
what happened? Yeah, what happened here? Jen, I come in and the next I see this on the screen, and I was like, "What y'all done stirred up now?"
Actually, I'm not sure what that's about. Let me be honest with you. We were talking about the show Women Investigate too. I don't know if she's talking about that.
She says, "Can they get it registered as historical location so nothing happens?"
I'm not sure if they can or not. It really is an amazing location. Like it's full of history. It's absolutely stunning, and it's really a shame because, like Brian said, this is why we're doing the global ghost hunt. This is why I've personally taken time and energy for this, is because there's a lot of locations. Oh, okay, okay. She said about the money, how much money we put into the events. Oh,
You
but
put in a lot of money for these
yeah.
events because I'm gonna be honest with you, Jen. Nowadays, it used to be like last year. You can go to a, like a FearFest or whatever, and the things weren't as expensive. But now, since the price increases on everything, gas, everything's then went up. Everything's went up. So it's like in order to break even on some of this stuff, you have to increase the prices. So that it's
Mhm.
not. It's just what it is. It's the economy, and the economy sucks right now. So in order to have these type of events, you have to increase the prices. You don't want to because you want everybody to come in and not pay, but just want everybody to come for nothing. But these venues and all that, it takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of
Yep.
money, and in order to do these events, you have to charge. So
Yep.
it does take a lot of money. I've learned that doing this event. So it does take a lot of money to just to throw one of these things.
But
I
yeah,
hate that, like the prices for our, I wish, I mean, whatever. Um, I think you asked earlier about payment plans and stuff like that. I don't know how they would work that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, personally, I don't. I've got a lot of my own money tied up in this thing, and I mean, I can't. Uh, let's see, tell you stories. I had a woman ask me for $5,000 to speak.
mhm. I believe it.
I believe it. I got some pretty decent guest speakers coming, and uh, this is for a good cause, so they're not charging me as much. Um, uh, but I'd also have, I mean, they give me really good prices for what they usually would charge. Um, it's just like the band. I mean, you get a live band, and you have to, and the prices to have a band play is expensive. I
Well,
mean, just to set up for a band.
I'll let anybody know. I'll speak at anything anybody wants me to speak at for free. So yeah.
And I thank God. I mean, like Santiago Cirillo. He played in the fourth season of The Walking Dead, and
Mhm.
he does a thing for Haya Nation. Um, he's coming in. He it's a real good rate. He's charging a dang good rate. I cannot complain about it whatsoever. Uh,
Mhm.
Plus, I mean, when you have these guest speakers, you flying them in. You're flying them in. You're giving them rooms. You're doing all kind of stuff for your prime guest speakers, and you're feeding them and everything else. And I mean, it takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of money
Yeah.
to do all that because they're your guest, and that's who you have. That's bringing people in to come see, and a lot of people want to see these people. So I mean, that's what we're doing. Uh, so that I mean, like I said, it just costs a lot of money, and you have to spread the cost. I mean, that's all we're doing.
Yeah.
So like I said, I hate to do that and spread that price on everybody, but that's it. This is what it is. I mean, it is what it is, and you'll see that.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure in future, we're several months away from this thing happening, and we're getting it kicked off now, so people can actually start purchasing tickets and start, especially now, tax season right now. You
Mhm.
get that tax refund, you'll be able to, get your booth. You'll be able to do what you got to do and get that and do what, because a lot of times, a lot of people call it their mad money.
Yep.
Uh, so, I mean, what other better way if you want, hey, we're here, mad your money this way,
Speak.
come have a good time.
Speaking of money, I gotta get off of Amazon. I'm sitting here looking. I'm still looking at fishing gear. But no, it's like I said, it's definitely one of those things where a lot of people want to be a part of it, but they don't realize what all it's about. They
Right.
don't see
It's like
They don't
her
see it.
retreat. I mean, it's like what she said about her retreat. It's a good idea. People backing and supporting you.
Yeah.
But when it comes time to show me your support, oh, okay. And they just kind of just veer away. You don't see them no more.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where it hurts a lot of these nonprofits. And I believe what Jen is doing. I don't know if she's a nonprofit or not, but we're nonprofit, and all our cost goes back to the foundation. And it goes back into helping what it's intended for. And we don't make nothing on this. We don't make a damn thing on this thing. It's all for what it is. What we make out of this is reconnecting with loved ones. We're connecting with new people, connecting with people we'd never met. Like me and Matt. I've never met Matt in my entire life face to face. This will be the first time me and Matt see each other, face to face. That's what we actually get out of this.
Yeah. And you know what? It's fun too because like when we went to the battleship, right? I've never met, besides Scott and his team. I've never met any of them before, and it feels really cool meeting these people. Like when I first met Emmy and I met Patty, face to face. Again, it was like meeting family. It was like a family reunion, and I can already tell. Like this weekend, I'm going to be meeting, Scotty, Chrissy, Jason. I'll meet them all face to face.
Chrissy, you're going to have a trip. I mean, if she's hot, I'm going to tell you what, I met her for the first time. Oh my God, she launched that water bottle out of her breast because she was trying to cool that. Just duck and roll, man. Just stay under, like hide behind a vehicle or something if you can, because it'll take somebody out. But
well,
I mean,
I could already tell it's not going to be like, "Hi, I'm Matt." You know what I mean? Like it's not going to be a handshake. I'm gonna be giving everybody hugs, like yourself.
But that's the thing with Chrissy. I met Chrissy for the first time face to face. Well, down. I had to look down at Chris because Chrissy is short. She's 5'2", I believe. I'm 6'11", believe it or not, and I'm looking down at Chrissy, and she hugged my son. She hugged Jackie, and to this very day, I have not hugged Chrissy.
Oh, I have a feeling I'm gonna be hugging Chrissy. I'm gonna give Chrissy a hug. I'm gonna give Scotty. Well, Scotty, I'm probably gonna pick up and carry around. But either way, it's gonna be great.
I've shaved my fucking right leg for Scotty. I did. He have something smooth to rub on. He's already been said, "I'm humping your leg." I believe him. I know he's going to do it.
He said the same to me. I believe him.
I'm gonna let him go. I mean, it's like one of them Mississippi coon dogs. You just let them finish.
Mm-hmm.
Let them do what they got to do.
Yeah, just
and that's what I'm gonna do.
Yep.
Just let him do what he's got to do.
Yep. And I can't wait. I can't wait. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
It's going to be lots of fun because Scotty's coming down for this FearFest, so Scotty's going to be here also. Scotty and his family. So, yep, we're gonna have a lot of people that you've seen on podcast shows or who host on podcast shows. They're going to be here. A lot of them are going to be here. Some of them won't. I mean, but a lot of them will be. One of them I wish would have been here would have been Shannon Rogers. She's going to be in, I think, Scotland or Ireland at that time, but she would have been here. Still no women. Oh yeah, I do have one. I really don't want her to get her on stage, but if I got to, I'll do it. That's Eileen Jones.
That's another one I want to meet too.
Oh, that woman tried to reap me.
I believe it.
And it was that first time meeting this woman, and it was in Kansas. And I told Jackie's running around. She's laughing. I said, "That woman's trying to rape me," and she's just laughing.
And Jackie's probably holding your ass down.
I'm like, no. I mean, I'm running around there. I mean, it was crazy, but we had fun. We had a lot of fun. I mean, Eileen doesn't live, but maybe. Who is she? Never heard of her. Eileen Jones is actually, if you ever seen The House in Between.
Mm-hmm.
It's a documentary by Steve Gonzalez of Ghost Hunters. He was the director. They did a movie. It was in Mississippi. It was the name of the movie. It was a documentary movie called The House in Between. It's about an actual haunted houses, paranormal investigators that went into this house and investigated it, and they documented all the evidence and made a movie out of it. You could catch it on Roku. You can stream it. You can just look it up. The House in Between. And matter of fact, they made a second one called A House in Between 2. She's in the House in Between 1, and that is it's a good flick if you're into the paranormal. And she's in that. That's her team that was in that movie that did all the research and investigating and everything in that movie. So yeah, and she has her team called Backroads Paranormal. And she's out of Mississippi. She's well known and well respected in the paranormal community. Also, Shannon Rogers. Shannon Rogers is well respected in our community. Those are the women of the paranormal. I can get you name it. I mean, I'm trying to get Jennifer Lee down here. I'm still trying to get her ass. I don't know what she's doing. I think she's got something else planned. I'm not quite sure, but I'm gonna try to get back in touch with her and make sure But Jennifer Lee is a strong psychic medium, and really strong. I mean, she's eerie. I don't talk about ghost hunting. I speak about cryptic. Okay, so this other woman I might be bringing along. She might be a guest speaker. I still have to reach out to her, and she lives about 20 minutes away from me. That's Miss Dana Holyfield. Look at if you don't know who Dana Holyfield is, then I mean you don't really follow a lot of cryptics. Dana Holyfield is the granddaughter of Ernie Ford. Ernie Ford was the first person that captured photo evidence and plaster castings of what we call the Honey Island Swamp Monster, which is like a Bigfoot in the South Louisiana Pearl River area. And nope, she never. You need to look at her up. She's well documented. She's been on multiple paranormal shows. She does public speaking. She does right now. She's doing that, and she does cookbooks also. So that's another one. But look her up. Her name is Dana Dana Holyfield, Holy Field, Holyfield, and she's very lovely lady. Very lovely lady. You tend to do research on dog. Well, that's why I wanted Jennifer Lee here. She's a psychic medium, but she lives in Utah, and she lives between Blind Frog Ranch and Skinwalker Ranch.
No shit.
I told her I was sleeping in her freaking front yard. Just let me go. I'll jump that fence. I mean, she shares almost property lines with them. I said, I'll jump that. You'll get shot. I said, well, that's something I'm gonna have to risk. But I mean, but if you know anything about the paranormal and skinwalkers and stuff like that, these things, there's fences are no boundaries to them in the spirit world. They don't believe in what they don't have walls, they don't have fences, they go where they want to go, they travel where they want to travel, and you could be in that front yard and you might see a skinwalker. I don't know. You might see something else, spirit or UFO or whatever. It's all happening right now. That's one of the hot spots right now, Skinwalker Ranch, that area, Utah area.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about that, along with the whole UFOs and all that other stuff. But yeah,
but there's a lot of stuff out there. I mean, there's a lot of people I know in the paranormal community that we're trying to get. And like I said, this is the first annual FearFest that we're doing. Maybe next year it will get more guest speakers. Like I said, I still have feelers out right now, just seeing who might want to come up and do this thing. It's kind of short notice. I mean, even though it's 7 months away, it is still short notice for a lot of these investigators and people in the field, and getting them lined up and come do these events. Next year I'll have bigger, not better, but I'll say more names out there to put out there that actually can come to these events and guest speak for us. But like I said, we're going to be like for the vendor booths and stuff like that. You're going to see anything from crystals, or knows whatever. I mean, whatever has to do with the paranormal and giving it a little bit of a Louisiana flair to it, so to speak. So we want that Louisiana twang to it.
It's gonna be fun, brother. I'm really excited, and like I said, it sucks that I'm not gonna be able to be there in person, but
I wanted to. I was trying for those dates. Man, Matt, you don't know how bad I wanted those dates because I mean there was so much more I had to offer. I could have got for those earlier dates, but this is the only thing I can lock in that
hey,
for this year.
if like I've said to other people, this isn't gonna be the only time. You know what I mean? Like
But you still
this
be
is
down here. I mean, like I
yeah.
said, I can still walk you through it. You'll see the same. Only thing you won't see is actual the Fear Fest. But I mean, as in for everything else, we're going to do everything else.
Oh
We're
yeah,
gonna.
and I'm gonna be live. Like I'm
I'm
definitely
gonna
doing
take
live.
pictures of you naked, lowering down on the levee, naked, rolling down the hill. I'm gonna take
I'll
pictures of this.
video it. I'll be on
I'm gonna
video.
take pictures. Yeah, yeah,
I'm gonna do that by myself.
that's fine. No, I'm gonna take pictures. I'm gonna video whatever I got to do. I'll go live. I don't give a shit. That's
I'll,
what we're gonna do.
I'll already be live
I'll show you. There's Matt rolling down the hill naked. Look, be sitting
again.
there. And then, oh,
Again.
look, now we at central lockup. There's Matt getting processed.
Where's the Wicked Queen? She's in the car.
uh, uh, and then there's Matt meeting his new
Mm-hmm.
his new beau. My name is Matt. No, it's Matilda.
Okay. Potato.
But yeah,
Oh
Jen, get in
shit.
touch with me. I'll talk to you about some of this stuff. If you need anything to clarify or anything like that, I'll try to help you out as much as I can. But yeah, just let me know, um, uh, and we'll see. And I was looking you up on Facebook. We're all friends on Facebook, um, and and we could talk um, and see what's going on. And like I said, I'm having more people coming in, and you're like I said, like Anthony, who's in the chats today, he's going to be there. Matt will be there a week early. Emmy McKenzie, who does PDX Paranormal, she's coming in from Washington. She's going to be here. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people here from across the United States. Um, Brian Laverty's flying out from Canada. He's going to be here. I mean, there's a lot of people from around the world, I can say, because there's other people that are interested. I think what's her name? I was just looking at her. Oh, where's that? No. I just saw her name. Um, Irene Takora. She's supposed to be. I don't know. She's coming in from Japan. If she does, Nikki from Australia. I think she said she wanted to come. So I mean, there's a lot of people that's across the world, around the world, might be showing up to this thing. I don't know. I'm not. It's a lot of money for them. It is. It is a lot of money, and I'm not expecting them. If they're here, then they're great. I mean, I'll be ecstatic. If not, then I'm not going to not be friends with them because that's ridiculous. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But um, but like I said, throughout the United States and Canada, I mean, it's going to be a lot of people going to be here. I think Tim Coomer. I called up with Tim Coomer was asking me about dates. I think David Childers, he might be coming to this thing. You might have seen David Childers on different shows and stuff like that. There's a couple other people I'm reaching out to, seeing if they want to come in and get a booth or just guest speak or whatever. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of people here. It's in the paranormal field that you might know. And you're talking about she's talking about Ann Renata. I think she's talking about Ann. Two gals from Australia, Ann from Oz
Oh,
Paranormal.
okay.
Is that Ann? Is that Ann Renata?
I think so.
They're from Australia.
I think so.
Yeah, I know Ann. I've been on her show. She's been on my show. It's not too many people I haven't had on my shows that we cut up and joke and have fun with and stuff like that. and Renata. Yeah, I know both of them. They're close friends. I know both. I don't know if they're coming. I don't even know if they know what's going on yet, to be honest with you. I haven't. This is the first time we're actually putting it out publicly, that we're letting people know that we're going to start selling tickets to this thing, and we're going to start promoting this thing, and to get your tickets while they're there for your booths, if you know, because those are going to go fast. I know we've talked to certain sponsors, of course, are going to get booths. Um, I know one of them like Maglite, Budweiser. I don't know if they want to take a booth. Treasure, you know, so like our sponsors, the top dollar sponsors, they're going to be getting their booths and everything and all that stuff. Oh, so they're going to be in NOLA over Halloween with mysterious adventure tours. Well, if they are, I'm gonna get in touch with Ann and Renata, and since they're going to be here, I bet you don't even know about FearFest, but I'm gonna let them know about it, and we'll get some Australian babes there, bite, and put some shrimps on the Barbie. We'll ball them here.
And an Australian just you know, face palmed right now with that one. Well, we hit the 4-hour mark, brother.
Yep, 4 hours and 33 seconds. Well, that's it. We got to get off, man. I'm sweating.
For a quick show.
Yeah, that's what we said. It was going to be a quick show. So yeah, and introducing our new host of our new show. He's brand spanking new to the paranormal community, Mr. Matt Barron.
Yep, I heard he's an asshole. I heard he's a big asshole, so you got to watch out for him.
We love Matt, and yeah, and I was watching Matt when he was going through what he was going through, and man, look, I felt with him. I was right alongside with him. He ain't doing it, I ain't doing it. And that's the way it is.
Nope. And I just want it known that I'm not dealing with any negativity. If negativity continues, guess what? You're getting fucking blocked. I don't want to hear he's doing this, oh, he's doing that. No, fuck you. I don't care. You're getting blocked. No, I'm not gonna fall into it. Deal with it yourself. Get over it. Move on. Who cares?
All right. With that being said, like I said, I want to go ahead and re-show this. Yeah.
And just so you know, Howard, as soon as it's over and it's done, I do got to get going. So I'm not.
All right, yeah. You got to, yeah, because like I said, I got Jackie in there, and she was mumbling something when I walked past her a while ago. So I mean, I don't know what the hell that's. It's Kenna Bra something. I mean, the woman. I don't know. But anyway,
Wicked Queen hasn't said or done anything yet, so she's.
I ain't seen no sword play yet.
I don't.
She doesn't want to get caught. You know,
I'll be castrated by the end of the night.
It'll be a short honeymoon. She'll bring it on and she'll wear it as bling bling. Jackie wears mine as bling bling now, so it's all good. But anyway, I want to re-show that video that we had at the beginning of the show, and this is for our promo. Thanks to Matt, the paranormal consultant. He done this for us for our FearFest for 2023. It's redone, and I hope you enjoy it. And with that, we'll be seeing y'all starting our shows back up next week, not this week, but next week. So we'll be seeing the Petri Dish, Paranormal Swamp Talk, and then a Holy Trinity back. So
and that mine said, whenever I feel like it.
And whenever fucking Matt wants to do his, that's when Matt's doing his.
Much love, everybody.
So with that being said, well, hope you enjoy this, and we'll see y'all next week.